Hello there, I am Sir Intimate, and I welcome you to the Adventures in Dundras. On the last exciting episode of the Adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos, the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain, the Dwarven Paladin, Milo, the Bardic Halfling Rogue, and Soren Moonberry, the Druidic Being Cleric, had made their way to the island of Antiva, where a mysterious murder plot was unfolding before their very eyes. The Baron, slain in his own chambers, the killer, pursued by Milo's own son, Garrett Hoskull. As the party continued to go around investigating leads and bringing together the heads of the crime families, Milo had a meeting with one, a known Machete, but shockingly found him had also attacked and on death's door. After they healed him and calmed him down, the party told him that they were after the killer to avenge the Baron and bring a sense of peace to the families. Machete told Milo that if he found the killer, it was able to broker some kind of peace with the families. He would play nice and give the warehouse behind Compass Landing to him as thanks. As they finished up their deal, the party was shocked when Talos had returned to the manor, having spent the night there, explaining that there was some deep family history related there to him. And as Milo asked Talos if he had seen Garrett appear, unfortunately he had not. Feeling a bit of urgentness, the party quickly made their way back to the manor, where upon calling out, they heard footsteps as Garrett appeared, looking alert but physically exhausted. As they came down, Milo began to question him, and there was a deep smell of saltwater in the air. As Garrett started to get defensive and back up, feeling some of the hostility and potential threat from the party, Talos approached and placed his hand on Garrett, casting a protection against good and evil on him subtly, while telling him that if there was something that he needed to say or do, he was free to do so. Between all the pressure and everything else, Garrett unveiled a mysterious amulet that had once belonged to Milo, the Black Coral Amulet. And upon revealing it, Soren and Milo quickly struck at it, cutting the necklace off of Milo's neck, off of Garrett's neck, and proceeded to then try to attack the amulet. But to their shock, a horrified creature beyond comprehension leapt out, befuddling the entire party, except for Soren, who recognized this and screamed out, "Aboleth!" And a terrible fright broke out as the Aboleth began to shoot sticky balls of acid and swung its tentacles around, trying to defeat the party using its psychokinetic powers. After a great fight broke out, the party was able to finally vanquish the fiend and cut off its head. Exhausted, the party reconvened at the Comet's landing and met up with the head of the Baron's assassins. And then from there, they began to plan on exactly how they were going to explain to the other heads of the Cry families what had transpired, so they may finally bring some sense of peace to Antiva. Milo looked at the head of the captain of the assassins and told him and his men to spread the word that the killer of the Baron had been found, and to tell that all the crime family heads should meet at Milo's manor to determine the fate of Antiva that very night. Will Milo succeed in his mission? What will happen next? Where will the party go? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. First, let us meet with our party and see how they are doing today.
And one of the bosses is the Night Lord. I mean, not the Unknown King.
Hello there.
Hello. How's it going?
Nobi.
It's going alright. Another week of work, coming back in and getting ready for the week before Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas. It's Christmas.
And as I kind of stated before, this will be our last session for the year before we have our winter break. Not to say that we can't obviously hang out or whatnot, but I know with everyone's schedule is going to be crazy for the holidays. Like, as we've done in the last couple years, we always find that taking a couple weeks off until the New Year's usually for the best.
It's always wild to realize that we've been doing this for like 2 years now.
Yeah.
It's like, I think me and Justin were going through it. Oh, me and Aaron. I don't know, me and someone were going through it, and it's like, it was like April of 22 or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, July of 22 that we started.
It was like July 18th of 22.
Yes, July 17th, July 18th, something like that.
But yeah, no, it has been a very, very long time that this game has been running, and the way that I have written it is that there should be enough content for at least another 2 to 3 years.
Hooray! Yay!
Been nice, been nice.
We can keep going until your entire party dies.
Yay!
Including all your backup characters.
Next session rolls around. Well, it's been a pleasure playing with you guys in Dundras. We're all dead.
In any case, it's good to hear your voice, Justin. How are you doing today? Sounds about right.
Thankfully, I got off work earlier than I was supposed to, and not for that, I'd probably still be asleep.
Fair enough.
I was supposed to work an event that lasted until I think it was 2:30 in the morning.
Woof.
Yeah, Orlando Informer's terrible.
Yeah, and cleaning up after them is like I got called over to check. It was one of my teams. It was like, hey, I need someone to come over. So I get over there, and apparently somebody from the Orlando Informer decided to have their own little party near back area Harry Potter.
Oh, like back a house?
The seating area.
Oh.
Yeah, there was islands.
Oh my god.
There was a one of those little small corner tables, like literally covered in clearly type of those little disposable shot glasses that somebody clearly brought into the park. And
No, they have disposable shot glasses for those events.
there was like 100 of them, and they were all filled with half with liquor, half with cigar and cigarettes.
Oh.
That's a little ridiculous.
Jesus.
Especially considering that you're not allowed to smoke within
Right, technically
most of the
nowadays,
parks these days.
the only place that has a smoking area is the front of the park by the lagoon, by port of entry.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's a little ridiculous.
Yeah. We are on stream, so now I gotta give too much details.
Fair enough.
Afterwards, yeah.
Anyway, like some of the the Orlando Informer, those events are always.
No kidding. But aside from that, you've been doing alright?
Pretty good.
Just pretty good.
Yeah, just kind of moseying along.
Nothing wrong with that. There's a voice I haven't quite heard yet. Ryan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How y'all doing?
Doing alright. How about you, Mr. Schoolboy?
I'm hanging in there, trying my best.
College about over, isn't it? For the year?
No. Well, my semester isn't over, but I'm gonna have winter break, which is I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I'm
Doing it.
desperate need of some downtime.
It'll be good for you to have a nice break from that and maybe get some more sleep.
Yeah, I finally gave my 2 weeks to my job, so
Nice.
I will not have that stressor in my life anymore.
Fair enough. I mean, I mentioned previously, if they're willing to tell you in your face that they're gonna fire you or let you go, then they're not a good place to stick around at.
No, it is not. It was kind of a mindfuck though, because my boss was very cordial with me and nice to me when I gave him my 2 weeks, which I was not suspecting.
Well, no, if they were wanting to get rid of you, you just saved them a lot of trouble by putting in your 2 weeks.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, we did just have 2 people leave, so I was assuming that he was gonna try and fight for me to stick around until he could find people to replace me.
What is your job?
I work at a car wash.
You're replaceable.
Yeah.
That is exactly how they say it. You're replaceable. They can hire some kid to do it for less. That's the
whatever.
most unfortunate part of it.
you are not replaceable in reality. You are definitely worth way much more.
Yeah, the car wash does not care because they can just find some kid that's going to do your job. And they can pay him less because he doesn't know better.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's whatever. I'm not gonna stress over it.
Nope, as you shouldn't. Yeah, we're moving on to better waters, and for now, you can rest and relax a little bit as we delve into Dundras, and you don't have to think about it. And you can focus on your schoolwork, so that way you can improve your life even more. So
Oh yeah, definitely do that.
Gotta see how Aaron's doing.
I'm here.
Just here.
I'm severely hungover after staying out until like 1 a.m. drinking since 6 last night.
Sounds like you're perfectly ready to meet with the heads of the crime families today.
Yes, sir. Had a pregame.
Oh boy. Well, glad you at least had fun last night and went out drinking and partying. That's always a good time.
Yeah.
Anyone else have anything else to share for their last week or so?
Not really much has been happening on my end. Just work, and more work. Kind of had a bit of it with Justin and Talos with the parks being an absolute mess. But apart from that, it's been pretty chill.
That's good. I know quite a few of us have kind of gone onto your Minecraft server, and we've been messing around there.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, speaking of which, I've got to actually hop on and get to work on mining and whatnot because I need to replace my gear.
I did actually manage to recover some of it.
I don't think you did.
So half of the chunk was loaded, the other half wasn't.
That makes zero sense, but okay. I would probably explain why my gear went missing because I was only dead and not able to get to it, like, maybe, 3 minutes before I was able to get back to it, and it just disappeared.
Yeah.
I think we might, for the foreseeable future, need to do, keep inventory.
Yeah,
while we're trying to.
Yeah, I was also looking as well about getting a graves thing, but we'll chat about that after the stream.
Yep.
Yep, I need to download Minecraft.
Join in on
Yeah, if you've got a computer, that's what we're playing on. It's not,
Hey,
unfortunately.
You don't have the crossplay set up. Damn.
Well, it's because it's a modded server.
Oh yeah, modded servers won't label, which I think is annoying. I'm like, why not? Well, once I get my laptop,
Wait,
once
the
I get my
server's modded now?
Slightly, yeah. It's still mostly vanilla. There's just a couple little tweaks here and there to make it a little bit more fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, once I get my laptop, I'll probably be able to do it. So, yay.
Yeah, just make sure to send me the mod list so I can put the mods in for myself, so I can actually play with you guys.
Fun fact, don't have to do any of that. It's all server-side.
Oh, okay.
I've been specifically looking for ones that will,
That everybody's able to use without having to actually download anything.
Yes.
That makes things a lot easier.
You got a nice tree feller, like plug it in there that allows you to like cut down a tree with breaking one of its blocks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't matter
It's
which
like-
block you break as long as you have the durability for it and you're not crouching.
It's like you break one block. It's like originally you break one block, the whole tree still stands up.
Mm-hmm.
Now you actually can fell the tree.
Yes.
Physics.
But yeah, so that's been a fun time, and certainly as like we're going through the winter break, that's something we could probably still all kind of hop on from time to time to just hang out and still like enjoy our time.
Oh, definitely.
There's so many freaking bots.
And then those that were able to go on to Epic and get the Return to Moria thing, maybe we might be able to try that out sometime.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it's like up to 4 people at a time in the world, but it's a persistent world, so whoever wants to join can join at any given time.
Nice.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, sounds like it. I know I definitely snagged that yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, I think you had like a week from when I shared it on the 12th to actually like pick it up from Epic Games.
Yeah, something like
I
that.
don't... Why am I...
But yeah, so anyway, I suppose I'll start blustering about this and that, as you all have come here for a very specific reason. For you to find out your fates on the Isle of Antiva as we return to Dundras. So,
Bam, bam, bam.
without further ado, allow me to do a recap. Last time, on the adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos, the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain, the Dwarven Paladin, Milo, the Bardic Halfling Rogue, and Soren Moonberry, the Druidic Dravine Cleric, had made their way to the Isle of Antiva on business, only to find a mass murder plot unfolding before their very eyes. A mysterious killer had slain the Baron, and Milo's own son, Garrett Toscubble, was hot on the trails of this killer, trying to solve the murder and find his way in the world. Amongst investigating the heads of the families and trying to figure out who the potential killer could be or where they came from, Milo had partially organized, a meetup with one of the crime head families, Machete, to meet at the back of his tavern in an empty warehouse that belonged to Machete. But upon entering this warehouse and discovering Machete on death's door, the party quickly retreated to the tavern with him and healed him up, calming him down from his near-death experience. From there, they told him that they were after the killer to avenge the Baron and bring a sense of peace to the families. So, Machete and Milo came to a bit of an agreement regarding some of the business. Thankful to be alive, he went on his way to get back to his normal business as Milo and the party made their next plans to figure out where they would go from here and who they would investigate. But just then, Talos, who was not a part of the party as he was spending some time at Milo's Manor, returned with news about how his late uncle had some interesting business dealings that related to some of his past. Seeing the convenience of having Talos there, Milo asked Talos if Garrett had made his way back to the manor, as they hadn't seen him in some time. To which Talos had responded that he had not. Concerned for Garrett's safety, the party then quickly made their way back to the manor and yelled up into the rafters for Garrett to see if he was there. Hearing some footsteps, the party watched as Garrett appeared, looking alert but physically exhausted. He then came down the stairs as Milo began to question him. Not only did he question him, but Milo began to sniff the air as well, as he smelled a peculiar scent of saltwater in the air. As Milo's questioning became more targeted, Garrett began to back up, acting more defensive as he felt somewhat threatened by his father and his friends. Seeing that the situation was getting tense, Talos approached Garrett and placed his hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him, telling him that everything was going to be alright. Secretly casting a protection against good and evil on Garrett to aid him in this time of need. Between the verbal bombardment of the party and the rising stress of the moment, Milo finally yelled at Garrett to finally reveal and give to him the black coral amulet, which somewhat shocked the rest of the party as this came out a little bit out of nowhere, but to everyone else's shock, they watched as Garrett proceeded to struggle to reach into his shirt and pull out this absolutely luminescent black coral amulet. And as soon as it was revealed, Garrett began to try to put it back in his shirt, but Milo and Soren acted first. Jumping at it, Milo managed to cut the string with his sword. Meanwhile, Soren punched the amulet itself, knocking it across the room a little bit. And in the excitement of everything else, a huge roar was heard as out of the amulet, a bit of a black gaseous smoke began to erupt from it, as emerging from it, the party was witness to some sort of horrible thing beyond their comprehension. It lashed out, striking Garrett, knocking him into the wall. He fell unconscious as the rest of the party backed up, alert about this new threat, unsure what it was. But Soren happened to know what this was. Seemingly recognizing it from something in his past, he screamed out in horror, "Aboleth!" And the monster roared out in anger as a terrible fight broke out. Acid began to fly out everywhere. Tentacles were swinging as the party came at it with blade and with magic, trying their best to subdue it. To their horror, though, the thing was harder to beat than it looked, as it also had psychokinetic abilities that allowed it to take control of some people at times and force them to do its will. As the fight intensified, the Aboleth began to realize that the party had the upper hand, and so it looked around, seeking a means to get the upper hand itself, and so it began to flee, but it was not able to escape the blade of Milo as he rounded it off and proceeded to slice its head off with his defender. Exhausted, the party proceeded to attack on Garrett, who was still unconscious. They healed him up and was able to revive him as he began to tell Milo about the horrible thing within the amulet and what it was doing to its head. Milo simply shushed him and informed him that everything was going to be alright. As the party then made plans to preserve the head and use it to prove to the other crime families what had transpired here, Milo reconvened with the party at the Comet's landing, where they proceeded to meet up with Jonathan, the head of the Baron's assassins, to come up with a plan of what exactly they were going to do. Milo concluded with asking Jonathan to have him and his men spread the word around to have word reach the other crime family heads about the murderer of the Baron being found, and that they should all meet up at Milo's Manor to hold a meeting that would determine the fate of Antiva that very night. So, with everything coming to a head and all the debts starting to come around, our party is in Comet's Landing, preparing their next move as we return to Dundras.
Dun, dun, dun.
A lot less fanfare than I was expecting there.
Things are going to get very interesting tonight.
Laura's at the counter cleaning a couple glasses as before party members sit around a table taking some drinks to calm their nerves. The tavern is unusually quiet this late in the afternoon, as the lunch rush has already gone and left. Jonathan and his men have already been about the town, spreading word to all the individual contacts that they have and they know. Let's see. Garrett, I believe, is in he's in the back of the tavern, currently in Milo's office, keeping hidden per his father's instructions. I believe Garrett, or Soren, is with him, currently keeping an eye on him as he's working on his brewing.
I shall make a brewing check.
Go for it.
Yeah.
17. Very nice. Very, very nice. Let me see what you have concocted. Alrighty. You have created a kind of an interesting sort of wine. Having been a bit inspired by some nearby supplies, you crushed up some mushroom and have pretty much concocted instead of using grapes, you used mushrooms for this particular wine, and has a bit of an earthy aroma to it.
Soren's gonna down half of it, and then he's gonna pour some of it down Garrett's mouth.
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Got it.
13. Meanwhile, Garrett will have a much harder time with this one. As I'll say, due to your past your connections, you'll have a straight throw with this, and a 13 will save you. As for Garrett, though, yeah, that makes about sense. As you try to pour it down, Garrett's Garrett's throat, he'll start to down a little bit, and then his eyes will bulge as he just spews onto the ground. He's like, "Oh, Soren, what in the night hells was that?" As he just kind of.
What was that called? I know it's a wine.
So, give me a history check as you take a look at this.
Yeah.
5. That's a mushroom wine, as far as you're aware.
It's fine. I'm just trying to get some of the pain away for you. Get you drunk a little bit.
Maybe just keep your berries or fruits instead of chewing mushrooms. Ugh. As he kind of starts to wipe his tongue off with a napkin.
Made of mushrooms, oh dear God. Was that from that Underdark?
I mean, he's got a lot of ingredients in his brewing kit and the alchemy kit that you all got for him, so it could be from anywhere.
Oh gosh.
You found it has a bit of a very deep, earthy taste to you. Obviously, it's got some of the smell itself is very much deep earth smelling, and it's a weird combination of kind of the rottenness of it's almost like double fermented in a way, because you have already the combination of a mushroom that somewhat decomposes, and the fact that in order to distill it, you have to ferment it a little bit. It's a very odd taste and sensation. You realize that it's all right. You're able to down it, but it's not your favorite. You realize that this is definitely kind of an acquired taste drink.
I guess each their own, huh? How you feeling?
What you got, Justin?
Question on that. How long was this brewing?
Probably no more than a couple hours.
Yeah, you didn't make a wine. You made a tea.
A mushroom tea.
Because wine has to ferment. You basically just made a really, really potent mushroom tea.
Okay.
Soren used magic. Make wine.
Yes.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm just a little exhausted and my head's buzzing, so I don't have to make anything for that. I'll probably just need a day or two rest. Of course.
Alright, Soren just puts a pillow under his head, just kind of pushes his head onto the pillow. Go to sleep. The Soren kind of just leaves.
I can't sleep right now. I mean, we're literally on the eve of figuring out like what's going to happen with all the crime families. I mean,
Soren just looks at him. Go to sleep. Hold on.
So go to sleep, or I'll make you go to sleep.
You trying to intimidate him?
Yes, I'm trying to intimidate him to go to sleep.
He's fine. What are you, my dad? No, he's in the other room. Ugh. He kind of grumbles to himself and lays his head down on the pillow. Like, fine, I'll just take a little bit of a nap, but you better not forget me when, like, we have to go to these talks.
Someone's gonna forget him.
He lays down and naps as you exit to the office and head out where Milo's taking a long draw from his drink.
Yeah, what you drinking over there?
Fuck if I know, but it has alcohol in it, so it's good enough for me right now.
Soren's just gonna jump over, put his nose to the cup, and just start sniffing.
Can I help you?
What is he drinking?
Soren, I know you've got a nose for alcohol, but it's rude to sniff another man's drink. You don't see me doing it.
Here, Soren, since you're very interested in what I'm drinking, as Milo kind of just, like, tips the cup back so Soren can drink from it. Almost basically waterboarding him at this point.
Yes, give the alcoholic more alcohol.
Was you doing something light or something heavy?
What's that?
Would Milo be doing something light or something heavy?
Drinking the rot gut.
Milo would probably be drinking something heavy.
Alright, Soren starts downing it, and he's gonna grab onto the cup and just tilt it even more.
Good lord.
Like I said, drinking rot gut.
Yeah. Alright, let me see here. It wouldn't be a wine, definitely be, because like that'd be something you'd be celebrating with. You're drinking something to help calm your nerves.
I've given the alcoholic more alcohol. This little dude has been trying to drink Dain under the table.
Unsuccessfully.
Unsuccessfully, but he has gotten you drunk a few times.
As if that's a challenge.
Ah. I see you have expanded the mob farm here.
See.
Good God.
Oh, he drank you to a stalemate one time. Soren, like the first time he drank you to a stalemate. both of us got like shit-faced drunk.
Yeah, you're not wrong there.
But no, so the big thing about all of that is, yes, alcohol, but like, chances are that even with the fact that you own a bar, you're probably not having rot gut served to most people. Simply because that would knock most people on their ass, period. To the point that they can only drink one before they're done.
I got a list of looking through, trying to find like one that would best fit this here.
Did you guys forget about the drinks that I had actually written out for You guys.
Would you be doing a mixed drink, or would you just be doing a straight drink? I guess that's a good question.
Good question is.
Milo would probably be just drinking whiskey or something.
Ah, yes, here we are.
An unfiltered dwarven whiskey.
Let's see here. Here we go. The toss couple.
Or we can just ignore what I just said. Cool.
Yeah, your whiskey, yeah. But, the thing that I had made for you guys forever ago. I'm actually just... Let me see.
Trust me, I remember.
You said you're drinking a whiskey?
Yes. Straight whiskey.
Fair enough. Fair enough. If I didn't have nothing on my stomach, I'd probably be drinking right now.
I mean, I'll be doing that in a little bit. I just want to, not do it at 11 a.m. Because that sounds like a problem right there.
It is 12:41. Yes, I'm aware. Thank you.
In any case, give me a Constitution saving throw, Soren, as you're downing this hard liquor, Milo.
Talos just sitting there sipping his own drink, just like, okay.
I ain't seen that roll, Soren.
It's like the fact it's like the roll is so bad that that roll 20 doesn't want to run.
Sorry, I was talking to someone. Okay. Constitution. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
As the sudden tipping of this, and you were trying to play it off oh yeah, give me more, give me more. You find your throat is absolutely overfull, and you instinctively accidentally take a breath in to catch your breath as the burning whiskey flavor goes down your throat. And so you get whiskey down in your lungs as you end up spewing and hacking up, just doubling over onto the ground, and you're just ah!
Now, Soren, what did we learn?
Talos is just sitting on his chair trying not to laugh.
You better get drinking.
Soren goes to grab more of the cup.
I was gonna pull away so he can't.
Talos is fighting to keep his composure right now. He's snorting into his own beer.
Who are you laughing at, Wizard Man?
Lizard Man.
Nothing in particular.
He's glaring at you.
As Laura kind of calls over, just very lightly. It's it was good to get your nerves down, but you do have something very important tonight. Try not to overdo it, gentlemen. As he kind of rubs a mug down.
Talos just nods at that, and
You haven't noticed Soren's trying to intimidate Talos.
Doing a insight check there, Talos.
I mean, technically speaking, he doesn't even have to entertain it.
With a 15, he definitely doesn't entertain it.
it's just kind of scared, giving him a look of Seriously? Like your little waterlogged little thing?
Yes, there's a 2'3" little gerbil person trying to intimidate a massive dragonborn.
Soren, do I need to put you in your cage?
Do you remember what happened? What I said is in the cage.
It's just more alcohol.
Yes, one of those water things for gerbils and like rodents, full of alcohol.
I mean, hey, it keeps you out of trouble, so fuck it.
The moment you put Soren in there, he just rushes over to the watering. The watering. What are those things called?
No idea, stuck in my head. Well, this isn't gonna exactly be the best look for anyone walking into the bar.
Well, we're best to clean up a bit.
As you look around, you don't really see anyone else coming into the bar. Like, the lunch rush has already long gone, and there's a few people that come in for time that Lure is serving up, but seems to mostly be just like daytime alcoholics and individuals that are on just kind of an odd lunch shift.
Yeah, probably be best if we have like our own lounge or something. That way we can do this in a more private area.
Hey, Dain could siphon off a little bit of that. The warehouse, is it attached to the building next door, or?
No, it's across the street.
I was gonna say we could siphon off a little bit of the warehouse space in order to have a more private lounge.
Hey, Lure, is that something you can think you could work up?
Lure kind of puts down his bag and looks up to the ceiling, just kind of puts his hand to his chin, thinking. He's like, well, I mean, the warehouse, from what I saw before all the, blood and stuff, it certainly is large enough. I imagine we could create a bit of a sort of a private clubhouse in there. Maybe on the loft or something.
Out of character, they're called pet cage water bottles. No drip, small animals.
No, let's not make Soren kinky, all right?
Wow, it's easy.
What?
What in the 9 layers of hell was that?
I almost choked. What? I heard dog.
Yes, my puppy is crying for some reason. I don't know why.
Probably needs to be let outside.
Probably.
That or it's like, attention.
Yeah, let me see if she needs to go outside. I'll be right back.
Like, my dog does that when he wants, like, just me what to pay. He's like, what do you want? And then he grabs his toy and slings it at me. He's like, I want you to play with me. The other one, because she's having issues with her legs right now, if she repositions herself and she flops onto her side, and she can't get back up, she'll yell for someone to come help her.
Hey, Dain,
Yes.
do you know what grain alcohol is?
I know what grain alcohol is, yeah.
Fair enough. Only question.
That stuff's strong.
Only question.
Oh dear.
I actually need to do a little research on the effects of alcohol on Dragonborn, just to see like what stuff to probably avoid.
So the big thing is that with Dragonborn, you would most likely probably drink like very floral, very fruity drinks, simply because it's not something that you would normally obtain. It'd be similar to fruits, period, for Dragonborn, where it's seen as like a very sweet treat. So chances are you'd probably be drinking a lot of wines. Preferably
maybe
like Moscatos.
Like maybe some like meads or something like that.
Yeah, wines, meads. My wife just said sangria. But yeah, basically it'd be a lot of very fruity, very floral drinks. Simply because it's something that you wouldn't normally have in your diet, being essentially a carnivore.
Pretty much. Yeah, Dragonborns are it's like eat your vegetables. Sir, do you not know what I am? This doesn't look like meat to me. It's like you have to it's like, oh, you're having a venison, or you're having
Meat's back on
coney. It's like coney. It's like, here's some coney,
Great
stuffed
conies.
coney. It's like, what is it stuffed it with? It's like food. Takes a bite out of it. Everything's going until you hear like the distinct crunch of a carrot, and just like, what?
Just turn over and look at him and like, why?
Yeah. It's like, I'm pretty sure Dragonborn would be okay with eating like a baked potato. They probably would just like be like, fine, I'll eat it. It'll fill me up, but I'm not gonna be happy about it.
The way that I would see it is that it'd be almost the equivalent of if you were to feed an animal that is exclusively a carnivore vegetables. It'll do the trick to keep them full, but they
won't
don't
get the
gain
proper
any
nutrition.
real Exactly. They're not going to really gain any real nutrition from it. They're not going to benefit from it in any meaningful kind of manner. But yeah, no, it's from what I remember having read, because there is some lore about it for Dragonborns, that more often than not they're looking for the fruits and the like that, because it's seen as a sweet treat. Similar to like how birds and other reptiles would.
Okay.
Basically, it's like they can't feel capsaicin at all. They'd essentially be immune to spicy foods, but anything else, they'd be able to enjoy it.
So wait, you're saying that, so if I like Dragonborn ate a pepper, they wouldn't feel it, but everyone else would be like screaming?
Yeah, so essentially, because of the way that reptiles are, they're not immune, but highly resistant to capsaicin.
Okay.
For most other animals, it is considered extremely toxic, though, so do that as you will.
It's like Talos finds like one of the like most hottest peppers in the realms, but eats it like it's a freaking candy bar.
Everyone else is just getting watery-eyed.
Well, for you,
Like shit.
or you'd basically just get a bunch of like very fruity notes out of it, and for you, it would be a treat.
Yeah, it's like Talos, like it's like, oh, these are really good. He's like, you should try it. Like someone eats it and they start like coughing, gagging, and it's like,
I mean, even with one of the hot sauces that I actually have, it's made using black dragon peppers.
ooh, I've seen
And
those.
they are actually now officially the hottest peppers in the world.
Black dragon pepper.
The Scoville rating is like
Yes.
3.5
Talos would probably
million.
read that as Talos would probably read that wrong and saying it's like, instead of seeing pepper, he'd probably see like read or hear popper, so he thinks it's, oh, it must be some kind of like candy.
Yeah, but basically it'd be one of those things of like you have this pepper where when you first eat it, you're getting a lot of very front-forward, floral, fruity notes to it, and then intense heat. Talos wouldn't get that at all.
Talos would be like, "Ooh, this tastes delicious. Like, you have to try this treat I found."
Nope.
It's so delicious.
As you all kind of continue to work and Lur kind of ponders the logistics of installing things, Lur kind of looks at you, Milo, and goes, "Of course, you'll have to settle your debts with the crime families first before, well, of course, get that warehouse and can actually start making work over there, but I do believe we could certainly work something out with that. I mean, the only thing that separates that warehouse from this building is an alleyway."
I might have to look into that once we deal with this.
Hey, I mean, if anything, it would be also a bit more protective as well to have the alleyway included with the construction of the building.
I'm not sure if we'll be able to actually claim that alleyway, but I mean, well, we could possibly connect it to above? Like, have a building that goes over the alleyway? He kind of like cocks his head a little bit and thinks about, I'll have to discuss that with some of the dwarves.
I am sure some of my distant kin would be rather interested in that.
Party perception check time! Ooh, Milo makes this.
I'm guessing not quite.
And from Soren? Come on, Soren. Are you there still? Oh, did we lose him?
He's
I
lost.
think so.
Let me see. I mean, he's not showing muted on here.
I think he said he had to step away for a second.
Oh, sounds like a dog's back. So that'll give me a moment to go grab that while, like, we wait for him to come back for a moment. But, yes, thank you for your perception checks. I'll be right back.
It's like, now you should run and scream in terror. Quick, now say money will fall from the sky. Say it. Say it.
Okay, is he back yet?
Not yet.
Take that as a no.
Wait, he's...
I'll go ahead and just roll for him then real quick. Alrighty, perception. Yeah, he definitely does not notice.
Oh.
I think he's having some connection issues, sounds like.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well. I rolled for him, got him to 7. He definitely doesn't notice. Talos, you'll notice a little bit, like, it's a little odd for you because, like, you feel like you may have just burped or something, but, I mean, you almost actually see the, like, the liquid from your cup on the table almost seems to kind of, like, vibrate for a moment, like, Milo, with your keen ear, you actually hear more of a deep rumble. And as you kind of like are alerted to this, and you look around, you noticed dust coming up from in between the floorboards.
Oh, the tavern?
Yes.
Can Milo, look through the floorboards and see if he can see anything?
Yeah, as you kind of hop down and you look down, it's very dark as you try to peer through the tight cracks of the floorboards, but you do see that access to the basement, through some one of the holes. Whereas you know the basement is where essentially the tavern keeps a lot of its alcohol and a lot of its kegs and barrels for extra storage and whatnot.
A moment, gentlemen, as Milo's gonna go down and check that out.
As you head to the back and go down the stairs leading to the basement, you notice that everything seems to be in proper order. The barrels are in its place, although the air is definitely a little dustier than what you feel like it should be, almost as if something has disturbed the air in some way. As you proceed to peer around and look, you actually happen to notice, a bit of a light coming from one of the barrels. And as your keen eye kind of, tunes in on it, you realize it's not light coming through the cracks of the ceiling, but it seems to be coming out of the barrel itself. And it's a rather large barrel, usually, amongst your other barrels that hold all the, mead, ale, and whatnot. It's, it's decently 5-6 feet tall, and wide, so a whole radius thing.
Miles gonna see if he can just peer through the top of it and see if there's anything in it.
Yeah, as you kind of hop on top and scramble up and you peer through the little crack that's coming out from this keg, you notice that inside seems to be hollow, as the light seems to almost be a bit of a torch light coming from a distance, but it's just enough of brightness coming through that you're able to just see inside this giant barrel. And it seems that whatever happened, it seemed like it was forceful enough that it seemed to crack open this hidden door.
I was gonna pop it open.
It opens up as you look inside, and you see that the empty interior of this giant barrel opens up into a set of stairs that go down. Where at the bottom of these stairs, you take a look, you can see a torch light down below.
Hey, Lure, get down here for a second.
Coming, Sap. As Lure looks at the rest of you all, goes, "I'll be just a moment, gentlemen." As he excuses himself, he then goes down to the basement, looks around, and goes, "Yes, is there something the matter?" As he kind of looks at it, goes, "What is that?"
I was gonna ask you the same thing.
He kind of steps towards the barrel, goes, he squints his eyes at it. Is this one of your projects?
Not that I know of.
I'll give him a quick history check now to see if he remembers.
Same.
As a 5, he goes, "What barrel is this?" As he kind of goes over the side, he looks, he goes, "Oh, well, that explains why I haven't discovered this previously. This is one of the the lower quality ales that no one ever asked for."
Do I remember anything about this?
No, you do not. Set of stairs leading down the, what is this? Is this some sort of, the previous owners, they never, mentioned anything like this, and certainly when I was down here, I put a lot of these barrels in and everything myself, as he kind of, stomps down the stairs, but it's I ain't going to get to the bottom of whoever has been tunneling in my tavern.
Lori, you got the time.
He kind of stops halfway down the steps. He's I suppose it is still business hours. I probably should get back up to the top there. Would you mind looking into this?
I'll look. I can look into it. How long do I have until my meeting?
it's about late afternoon, and you told your assassin?
Jonathan,
yes. You told Jonathan that essentially a group meeting would occur around sunset, so I'd wager you probably have a good 4 or 5 hours.
Very well.
They want me to send down your allies.
Let's not tell them about this.
Alright, we'll do it. We'll say if you're gone for longer than an hour, I will be forced to send them down, because we don't know what's down there. And as capable as you are, I definitely don't want to lose you in such a mysterious way. Deal?
I'll be fine.
Alright, I'll head back up as Laura takes his leave.
As Milo goes down the stairs.
Yeah. As you go down, you can see that the walls of this strange tunnel and stairs are hewn roughly. It definitely looks as if like something big had definitely like done the work here, because like these tunnels are made to be at least 6 foot tall. So it's rather large even for you.
About 6 foot tall, and I would say probably about 4 feet wide.
Yes.
Also, did you see the message I sent you, Tim?
Oh. Yes.
As you did.
Can I roll a investigation, see if there's any, like,
Yes.
markings on the wall?
Go ahead and do an investigation check.
Soft 20.
Woo! Very nice. As you begin to enter these stairways, you look around, just absolutely like astonished by the size of this. You actually notice something on the wall carved in a weird like language that, after a moment of looking at it, you realize that it's thieves' camp. As you kind of squint and look at it and read it, you read it as it says. So, have you finally found this tunnel? Can't believe it's taken you this long. Might have to tell you eventually if you can't find it. And then an S at the end of it.
Who the fuck is ass?
Nat 20. As you take a look at it and the particular style of this thieves' camp, this screams Stradaba at you.
When the fuck did I have this installed? What the fuck?
You hear some grunting at the very end of the tunnel, just... and what almost sounds like some squeaking.
Stradaba?
The grunting continues and the squeaking continues unfazed.
Who the fuck is this?
Do you go down the stairs?
Yeah, I continue.
Alright, as you go down, you get down to the bottom of the stairs, and as you look, you see like a decent-sized tunnel that goes in both directions, one left and one right. And you can see that there's a bit of a torchlight coming from the right direction. As you peer around, your heart kind of skips a beat as you witness what looks to be 2 minotaurs on some sort of contraption, one pumping a handle down, the other one pumping it up, and then going down as they both go opposite. Whereas between them is a giant, kind of like a decent-sized container that seems to be almost pouring over with stone. As these 2 minotaurs are just... let's see if they spot you. It looks like they're a little distracted.
Oh, thank God. Can I put on my goggles of comprehension and see if I can't see if they're saying anything?
Yeah, as you kind of activate your comprehend languages, you will watch and listen into them as they continue to grunt. They don't appear to be speaking at all, as they are just grunting through the effort as they're moving along what looks to be a set of tracks that continue to go up in the other direction. As they begin to move by you. Give me a quick history check.
14.
14. This would be with a normal straight roll, because I believe you might be the only one that actually... Let's see. Because if you remind me, way back, Milo was the only one that actually broke the lock and went down into the storage area of the Kraken Skull.
Negatory.
No, I tried to. It did not work.
But he did manage to see through to the hold. And he did see them.
Okay, that's what I thought. I remember, I thought it was either...
That was during the repair process.
Yes. So, and with that, with a 14, you will recognize one of these Minotaurs as being in the hole that you peeked through of the Kraken Skull. As the two Minotaurs begin to squeak away with their torchlight that's on their rail car moving along with them.
I am so fucking confused right now. What the fuck?
So,
you feel a breeze coming from, through the tunnel. It's a very
I can
cool
explain
breeze.
that. I can explain.
Do you want to explain, or would it have
Question
him
is-
explore further?
We can have it explore, or I can explain it outright. Your choice there, Aaron.
Send me a message in my character sheet.
Absolutely.
Justin said, it's like, finally!
Meanwhile, Lure continues to clean a glass as he his eyes flick up at you three every once in a while.
I was gonna actually walk over to him, ask, just checking. Do you wouldn't happen to have anything to snack on? I'm usually a bit peckish, but I don't want to eat too much food. Don't want to pass out.
Oh, of course, certainly, Sir Talos. Was there anything that you were in the mood for?
Just nothing too big. More like any finger food things, like It's like Talos is kind of like he's trying to think, but at the same time, it's like he's hungry, but at the same time, he's like, "What am I hungry for?" It's like that kind of face. It's like.
Well, I suppose if it is some sort of finger food, I'm sure you don't actually mean.
No, apologies. It's a phrase that I learned back home. It's meant to be like food that you can just grab with your hands, or something small, something that you wouldn't need silverware and stuff for.
Well, I'll have you know that I do actually whip up quite the tasty latkes.
Latkes.
Yes.
I was going to try to think about what that, if he's heard of that.
12. You've definitely heard the term, but you're not quite sure exactly what it's referring to. But you have heard latkes and finger food kind of synonymous in some way.
Well,
No help
I'll
either.
be.
It's quite simply, essentially, do you know pancakes that I'm sure I've showed you some pancakes before, yes?
Yes, if I recall correctly, those little flat things with the fluffy. They're quite a good treat.
Yes. You see, what I've done is I've simply taken an alternative ingredient and added a few things to it and fried it up in some oil as well, and well, that's what it is. Well, it's quite simply, it's kind of like a mashed potato.
Hey, Milo, if you don't mind, continue exploring those tunnels just a little bit.
Okay.
One could even call these a potato pancake, I suppose.
I've had potatoes before. Granted, my
Also, your mother is highly upset that you haven't responded to her text.
Okay, then.
What? Whose mother? I'm confused. Fray?
Don't worry about it.
Anyway, Talos is giving him a look of like, cause he's had potatoes before, but they've more like has like a bland kind of look to him, because he's like, oh, potatoes, wonderful, yay.
Well, I assure you that this is certainly much tastier than just simple mashed potatoes. The combination of being fried in this oil, and then I usually top it with a little bit of a cream and some chives, and it really is quite tasty if you want me to whip some up for you.
Might as well.
And what was your insight there, check, Soren? So you got a 19.
So Soren's seeing that the glances, he's gonna see it. So like, why are you acting so shifty?
Yeah, Lure's a little bad at hiding it, but like as he's like kind of eyeing at you peer into him as Talos approaches, and you can tell that he's a little nervous. Like there's something about his demeanor is certainly like stranger than like, as if like whatever had just transpired he got back from, he's a little nervous about.
Soren's gonna lean in, trying to make sure no one else can hear. Don't know if that's if that's a stealth check or something else.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're stealthing. It means that you're basically hiding. If you're trying to like whisper something over, that probably. What do you think, Justin? Like a sleight of hand?
Trying to whisper something?
Yeah, like without anyone else hearing. Would that be stealth also? Or would that be like?
Well, that would depend on whether or not anybody else in the tavern's listening. If nobody else is listening, or I would probably say more like deception. But yeah,
well, I got 17 on
that's what I would think. It's more he's trying to not call attention to himself. So deception or somewhere like that, where he makes a movement so that he can lean in closer without calling attention to himself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, buddy. I assume Soren's drunk from all the alcohol he's been drinking. So, what are you trying to hide from us?
As you kind of catch him as he's about to head back into hide. I'm not trying to hide anything from you, Mr. Soren.
Soren pulls out a shovel. Are you sure about that?
Lure takes it back and is like, are you threatening me?
Maybe.
He's gonna try to persuade you. He's like,
is this an actual shovel, or is it like a kobold-sized shovel?
It's a small human-sized shovel.
Well, the reason I ask is because it's like...
I'm just imagining like a gardener's spade, not a spade, but like the...
That's what I was thinking!
Yeah.
I was thinking it was a trowel.
Trowel.
Nah, it's a small human-sized, like a child human-sized shovel. He uses it like as a quarter staff.
He's basically using one of the little spades you use at the beach.
Yeah.
Nah, he's not using one of those.
Oh.
Like an actual shovel, but it's like child-sized.
Yeah, a
So
kid's
he's
shovel.
Yeah, it's basically like a metal shovel that's like the same ones that you would use for the beach.
Nope.
A trench
Like
shovel?
It's a kind of like a trench shovel, yeah. But like the handle's big enough for like a little bit longer. he walks around like it's a walking staff sometimes.
Anyway, he's going to try and persuade you with a 9 as he goes, that's perfectly fine. It's just something that Sir Milo is taking care of.
So I need insight?
Yes. Good lord.
I got something on that.
Soren is drinking alcohol at this time, correct?
So it's disadvantage, but I still have a 27 on that.
Yeah, because he had a 27 and a nat 20 on the other side, so yeah. But that 27...
How do you have such a high insight?
He's got a 10.
I don't.
He's a cleric.
That does not give you that high of insight, but okay.
Well, he's
Yeah,
got...
I haven't changed anything, so it's
you
not
have
me.
an advantage on it, right?
Not
Well,
cheating.
Not advantage.
Proficiency?
Yes, you have proficiency
Yeah,
on
proficiency on it.
it. Yeah, so that adds a 6 because you guys are level 17.
Yeah, and I have a +4 for my wisdom modifier.
So that's how you got it.
Yep.
So as he says that, like, you kind of look into him and his demeanor, and you can tell that, like, he trusts Milo as he's saying this, and he's, like, clearly Milo asked him not to, like, say anything further, but as you take a look at him, he's definitely, like, showing some nervousness over something that he's not sharing.
Okay, look, buddy, as he goes to try and put his hand on his shoulder, but really just puts his hand, like, on his middle calf. Alright, look, buddy. I'm not gonna stop anything. I just want to know if Milo needs help.
He said he was perfectly fine, but he kind of, like, he eyes left and right, and then he looks down and whispers to you. I suppose if you wanted to look into the basement, well, that's where he said he'd be. Now, I must go make these lock keys before...
Hold on, wait. Where is Milo?
He's in the basement. That's where he said he'd be.
I think this is no.
So, I mean, he said he didn't wish to be disturbed and he was fine, but,
Let me see.
I was allowed to tell you all where he would be, so, I mean, I suppose if you wanted to go down to the basement, I mean, well, you're a trusted member of Comets Company, you're allowed down there. Now, I must get to making these lock keys, so I will be right back as he heads into the kitchen.
Soren's not going to say anything to Dain or Talos, and he's just going to go down to the basement.
Right. As you head into the basement, you can see that there is a lot of barrels, a lot of kegs, like, the smell of dust is in the air. You feel very much at home down here, as it reminds you a lot of your family, some of your family's brew locations. Now, Milo, when you went into this tunnel, did you close the door behind you?
Yes, Milo would have.
Okay.
Shit. Alright, Soren's going to look around.
Right, so it will require an investigation check as you look around to see if you can't find Milo.
Shit.
As you look around, you see a lot of barrels. You see some footprints in the dusty floor, but a lot of them are old, some of them are new. It's hard to determine exactly when and where they were from. Kind of wishing you had Garrett with you now, because you feel like he would be better at this, but you don't want to disturb him from his slumber as you look around and you can't find any trace of Milo.
Alright, Soren's going to try one last thing. He's just gonna slightly, not too loud, but he's gonna kind of like a loud whisper, say, "Milo, Milo."
Milo,
Probably not really heard.
Milo, give me a perception check with disadvantage.
23.
At 23, that's pretty decent. What kind of check would you give Soren to kind of see what this would be? You say you're not trying to do it too loudly?
Not too loudly. Like, he's trying to keep it a little bit hidden, just in case something's going down.
Give me a stealth check then. Let's see, that's a 20 with disadvantage. That's pretty decent. I'll say that, Mila, as you're down at the bottom of this tunnel and you're kind of looking left and right and you're watching as the Minotaurs are going down, like, down, up, you're not quite sure. They're going off in the left corridor direction. As you're about to step off towards these tracks and move, you hear just the slightest whisper, like, breaking through the barrel door above you. As it kind of echoes down.
Does Milo recognize the voice?
Yeah, you know it's Soren's voice.
Okay.
After you wait a moment, Soren, you don't hear any response.
Alright, Soren's just gonna lay down in there, cozy, of the nostalgia, and he's just gonna go to sleep. He tried. He did everything he could do, so he's like, whatever.
It's like hot dirt.
Yeah, and you too, Milo, as you listen for a moment, you don't hear any other whispers or anything else from the corridor above. And the sound of the Minotaurs gets further away as they move off.
Neat. Milo's gonna keep exploring.
Alright, are you heading to follow the Minotaurs where they're heading, or are you going the opposite direction?
I'm gonna go the opposite way first, and I'm gonna do that.
Alright. As you head to the opposite direction and towards the right part of the corridor, you feel as if the ground itself is like a slight incline, as it seems to almost be moving down. The tunnel is definitely hewn kind of roughly, but still somewhat smoothish. Every once in a while, as you're kind of going about, you do notice that there appear to be some sort of like holes within the tunnel itself. And as you kind of like, a few times you kind of like grip the rock and lift yourself up towards these holes that are in the ceiling and kind of put your hand up to it, where you feel a bit of a breeze coming in and out, almost as if it's some sort of air hole. Before you continue to hop down and move down this tunnel itself.
Alright.
And you go for about a good half an hour walk as you keep going down this tunnel, and like it seems relatively like the same. It's just a steady decline and like unchanging for like absolutely or however long you've been traveling. And it's definitely dark down there, save for, of course, the simple light that comes from your hand of glory that you possess, as you're only able to see like 50 feet in front of you. It's almost as if it's just like a never-ending dark tunnel.
Can I roll like a history or investigation to try to figure out like exactly why this is being made again, or like what the purpose of it is?
You can do a history check.
I would have said insight.
Oh, insight?
Either or. I mean, a history of 10 will tell you that it's like you're not quite sure what the purpose of this tunnel is. Like, from what you recall, there are some smuggling tunnels that this could possibly be, but you're not exactly sure what direction it's heading. An insight of 20, what does that win him, Justin?
So,
you
have a pretty good guess based off of the direction that this is going. You're not entirely sure, but you have a pretty good guess that this is heading towards the docks. But you're not entirely sure what the purpose of this is. You think it might be a way for you to receive certain goods at your tavern without raising too much suspicion directly from the guards at the docks because of like customs and whatnot, but you're again not 100% sure.
All right. Mal's gonna head back up to the tavern and worry about this later.
As you make your way back up, like I said, you were walking for a good half an hour or so. As you take the time to head back up, you're about 25 minutes back towards where you just were when you see a light ahead of you, and you hear the grunting and the as it seems to be moving a little quicker. As you look up ahead, and you see, like, just from the light itself, the visages of the minotaurs coming back down. And within another minute, like, they're coming right across, right up to you, essentially. And you have nowhere to hide, as it's a very plain, simple tunnel.
What is the purpose of you being here?
Yeah, they definitely see you as, like, they kind of stop, and there's a bit of a screech as their empty, like, cart, and then just kind of stand there looking at you, just a big, just, as they look at you. Let me double check something.
We do have a language. I just don't remember if it can understand common.
That's what I was trying to look up real quick. No, not Minotaur skeleton, just Minotaur. Good lord.
Yeah, I don't remember if they can understand common.
Nope. Nope. No, not mimic. There we go. Okay. Yeah, they have a language. And do you remember to activate your goggles as you're looking at these guys? Because it's been.
I assumed that I would have just. Or how long does it last for?
Is it an hour, or is it 10 minutes? I forget.
Let me look that up.
Comprehend. There we go. Lasts for 1 hour. So.
Okay, so it's still been activated.
Yeah. For a few more minutes, as they kind of like grunt to each other and like look at you and grunt a little bit. You're able to recognize what they're saying, but you're not even sure recognize what it is exactly. As they kind of look at each other, he goes, "What's this?" The other one goes, "A little rat in the tunnel." And they look at you and they go, "What are you doing here, little rat? Long way from home, are you?"
What role would I need to make to try to basically use like a makeshift form of sign language for them to understand?
Well, I mean, these would have been kind of like working with Straba, right?
Yes, but more so for him than with him.
Yes, for him. But he would obviously need a way of communicating with them, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me type to you what they speak.
Well, I already know I probably don't understand it, or know it.
But unless Straba also knows how to speak that, obviously they would have to have been taught at least basic of another language.
True.
Maybe they've been taught these can.
Like,
I mean, these can
spoilers.
Isn't these can basically like common, but just a little bit more?
It's a version of whatever language that they know, but it's spoken in a way that is nonsensical unless you know the pattern.
Right.
Well, Thieves' Cant is one of those languages that, as Tim is explaining, basically you have the capability of learning it at any given time, but the problem is again, it has very nuanced, so it's essentially a cipher. Like, it is a spoken cipher, which makes it incredibly difficult for most people to learn it unless they're actively trying to learn it. and most people don't care enough to actually learn. The other thing is, like, most people aren't going to be taught it unless they show certain qualities, such as the capability of being able to not be a snark. So yeah. So for most part, you'd be able to just use sign language.
I guess give me a performance then, Milo, as you're trying to communicate through gestures.
Very well. Oh, that's persuasion. Fuck. Performance. There we go. 28.
You're very persuasive at your performance.
Perfect.
And so,
Big,
what are you trying to
beaver man,
Okay.
friend.
So you're trying to, like, what are you trying to convey exactly?
That I'm friends with Strabon, and I'm trying to figure out what this tunnel is for.
They kind of grunt to each other as they look at each other, go, Rat doesn't speak, but Rat makes symbols and hands. Wonder if he's friends with Beaver. Possibly likely.
Can Milo be trying to say all this in, like, any language that he might think that they know as well?
What languages do you know?
Common, halfling, and thieves can't.
They definitely would not catch on the halfling side of things.
Didn't think so. But at this point, Milo's just trying not to die.
Especially since, you know, it's 2 Minotaurs versus a halfling.
Yes.
And the rest of the party's
You go
upstairs.
squishy now.
Even though the Minotaurs are, honestly quite weak compared to you.
Milo doesn't know that.
I mean, these things are like 6 foot tall and just full of muscle with horns and a cow face.
And also his experience with just the skeleton Minotaurs is enough to be like, yeah, let's not do that.
As they kind of look down at you and kind of grunts like, You're a long way from Beaver, little rat. Yeah. Days in that direction. As one of the other one looks down the tunnel where you were just traveling from. You don't look well equipped.
As Milo kind of just flashes the hilt of his defender.
They kind of like lurch up a little bit and look at each other. Little rat has claws. Yes. Perhaps things burrowed into your tunnel. Unlikely. Perhaps that's how you've been feeding. As one of them looks down at you and goes, You travel up that way. You come to alcove where we be dropping rocks. Yes, rocks. Clearing for tunnel. Wonder if he just got through what we just cleared out. We did just connect tunnels, yes. Were you traveling from port where Beaver is, little one? Yes, that would explain, but he would have had to travel for days, and he doesn't look like he has that much food on him.
Building above I come from. Tunnel, what for?
he's trying to tell us. Yes, trying to tell us. He comes from above. Well, yes. He doesn't quite look like one that dwells below. No. But he seems confused about tunnel. The other one looks at you. You do not know about this tunnel?
Milo's gonna shake his head no.
He looks over at the other Minotaur. Why is he down here if he does not know what this tunnel is for? Perhaps he got lost. We never get lost. No, of course not. He looks down at you. Tunnel is connecting one place to another. Viva man, long ago. There is no sun to go by. No moon. No. This tunnel connects from where Beaver Man is to over here. Made a small tunnel connecting up towards building. We were told not to go in though. I did take a bit of something from there though. Yes, that was a fine night. Beaver Man doesn't know. As he looks down at you and goes, Beaver Man
You take what?
Beaver Man will not know.
Milo's...
As he's gonna kind of do it a bit of intimidate on you.
Insight, right?
Insight, yes. He's puffing out his chest a little bit and looks at you, kind of like flaring nostrils and whatnot, but like, you realize that these two are kind of like, you realize they may not be that intelligent.
Really?
You know, a casual name drop might do.
How the fuck am I gonna tell them my name when I don't understand their language?
As one of them grunts, it goes, liquid was nice, made me feel warm. Yes. Anyway, you go find up that tunnel, open up door, you find your way out, little rat. Yes. Or perhaps little rat could continue up through tunnel where we drop off rocks in cave. Yes, little one, you could do that as well.
You take me back to building. Wait few minutes, I come with you.
Kind of look at each other and goes, I think he wants to come with us. But we are traveling in that way. He should be going that way.
I bring food for you if you take me that way, as Milo points down towards the left, where they are just coming from.
Do a persuasion check. Yeah, that seems about right. 26 persuasion. As you make a motion of eating and whatnot, you almost hear a simultaneous growling of their stomachs as they go, Little rat offering us food, I think. It has been several hours since we've eaten, yes. As one of them reaches down with his hand to pick you up, Milo.
Milo will accept.
You feel as if, like, it's a bit of a tight squeeze as he grips his giant mitt around your entire body and then lifts you up and puts you in the basin within the actual minecart itself. If little one offers food, we cannot refuse. Yes, let's go, as with their mighty muscles say, as the minecart begins to go back uphill towards where you came from. Within a couple minutes, your comprehend language goggles wear off, and they come up to the tunnel where they kind of grunt, and they point up the tunnel.
Can I reactivate the goggles or no?
I think so. Let me double check that. I don't believe I think it's like free use. I don't think it's like a once a day thing, right?
Believe so.
Let me see. It's based off the helmet of comprehend language. Let me see. There we go. You can cast it at will. So yes. So as you cast it again, to reactivate it for the next hour, they go, You come bring us food. Yes. Be most grateful. Starving. The other one goes, meat. We could use meat.
Okay, wait 5 minutes. I will bring back meat.
I kind of nod and sit down on the cart.
Smilo's gonna go back up to the tavern quickly, trying to...
Talos, Dain, you are currently enjoying some potato pancake latkes as they have a very nice crispy edge to them, having been fried in oil, and it's got topped with a little bit of sour cream with chives on it.
Talos is definitely enjoying himself. He's nice and crunches.
See, I told you that I whip on a very mean latke.
Hey, this is very nice there, Lure.
Not too terribly filling, but very tasty.
Hey, might have to try and persuade you for the recipes. I can take it back to the hold.
No need to persuade me. That'd be quite the honor to have my recipes shared with the rest of the world.
No, it's like his mouth is full, but he's like just like nodding agreement, like.
Milo, as you open up the barrel, you take a few steps out when you notice, kind of in the middle of the floor, around some of the kegs of ale, you see a smolter bean laying down, taking a nap.
I was just gonna kind of leave him there, let him sleep.
You see him twitch a little bit as you walk by him.
Perception with disadvantage there, Soren.
Oh no, he's just sleeping. He's
Okay.
just sleep twitching.
Works for me.
Yeah.
You make your way up the stairs and you poke through your head through the door where you see Lure is currently wiping off the counter while you see Talos and Dain are currently snacking on some sort of a fried nugget of some kind.
Milo's gonna go up to Lure and still trying to use some form of sign language, be like, everything okay? Tunnel, or stairway, fine.
He kind of startled a little bit. He goes, oh, goodness. Ah. As he kind of looks down at you and kind of some semi-broken thieves' can, he kind of mumbles, why are you using your hands to talk? Are you okay?
Oh, as Milo switches over to thieves' can. Yeah, sorry, there's a couple minotaurs down there making a tunnel towards the docks. I think it was one of the projects I had,
His eyes widen again. He goes like,
shut the fuck up, you're fine. Everything's fine.
So just like looking at this, like just mildly entertained at the gibberish he's hearing while he's munching away.
yeah, you only see like Lure because Milo's short enough that he's basically concealed behind the desk or the counter that Lure's working from.
Yeah, so right now Talos just thinks Lure is just talking to himself again. Mild entertainment.
Have I ever told you about Stratabaugh there, Lure?
Yes, I believe he was the one that you told me that taught you how to sail a ship?
Yes, that is correct. He... Well, long story short, I bought a tavern that he once owned as well, and the one from Port LaMontagne, and he's making a tunnel from there to here. He just has some minotaurs working for him at the moment. Anyways, I cannot have them wait for too long. Give me the 2 biggest slabs of meat you have, please.
Raw or cooked?
Cool.
Would Milo know that they need to be cooked or raw?
You would assume so.
Okay.
Simply because you're not sure how they would eat it otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, you got a 7 there, so that, like, you don't know nearly enough about minotaurs. Like, your best experience is with one that didn't have any meat on its bones to begin with.
Fair enough.
Tim, I'm about to post something into my notes. I'll edit it in the notes, and then you can go from there.
Can do. As Laura will kind of look down at you and go, well, they're sort of a bit of a monster, aren't they? So I would assume they're probably fine either or.
I fucking know nothing about them, so let's just cook it real fast if we can.
Very good. We'll have some. Yeah. As he looks over at Talos and Dain, and he goes, "Give me a holler if you two need anything. I got a special order I got to whip up real fast." As he goes back into the kitchen.
Hey, sounds good.
So he will proceed to kind of go into like the cold room and pull out two mighty flanks of cow that he had been saving up, and he proceeds to fire up the flame really fast and he throws them into it basically as he's attempting to do kind of like a very rare kind of steak cook in a way.
Okay.
So while that is happening, where is it? Here we go. Okay. So be that. So, Talos. I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Oh, sorry, that's intelligence.
Ooh, alrighty. Yeah, I will say that definitely makes it so.
That was his intelligence roll.
Oh, no. I know. He got a 26 wisdom.
Fair enough.
So, as you're currently sitting there eating, you feel a little strangeness as something weird kind of washes over you, and you look around and you kind of almost feel like you were someone's trying to look at you for a moment, but you don't see anything.
That slow, I'm still chewing, but the chewing has gotten very slow. It's I'm slowly looking around with my eyes,
Dain.
Aye.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
Jeez. Okay, that was a little lower though, so this one might pass. Let me double check. It's DC.
So Wisdom and Charisma, I actually have decent saving throws on now.
I suppose that, being a saving throw, I suppose that would also add Talos's, which would be an additional 2.
Yes, so yeah, that would be 25 at that point.
Yeah, that might also be a little too high. So let me double check here to see what I got. Where are you? Okay, there we go. I had to find. Oh, good lord. That was from a while back ago, wasn't it? Okay, I found it, but where is... Okay. Ah, man. Okay. Very interesting. So, you also feel a weird sensation wash over you for a moment before it passes. And as you look over Talos, you see that he always is feeling a weird sensation as well about it.
Dain's gonna kind of like scratch the back of his neck for a minute.
I'm just gonna look over at Dain and kind of give him a cockeyed look, like, you pondering what I'm pondering?
Milo, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, fuck. Do I have advantage with this by chance?
No.
Fuck.
Alrighty.
Don't fuck me over too hard, please.
Okay, so as you're kind of standing there, kind of watching Lure fry up these hunks of meat real quick, like you get a weird itch at the back of your neck, but aside from that, you don't really see or hear anything right now.
It's put in there. You don't have to read all of it, but for a good majority of it, it is what needs to be said and or done, essentially.
Gotcha, thank you.
No problem.
Let me see what there was some additional information about this, I think. Was it under orb? Sorry, I'm trying to, for this thing I'm currently doing, I'm trying to remember the right stats. God, there were so many R's. Okay, here we go. No, okay, it's not under orb. Ah, what was it? Maybe it was crystal.
What are you looking for?
Oh, the specific item.
Is it this
There it
Down's
is.
Orb of Scrying or some shit?
I found it. Okay, so he's scrying.
Yes.
Yes. You hear a voice in your head, Milo, as you hear, Milo, where are you at right now?
Is this you?
Is this what? No, it's me, Dallin.
Oh. Really? You don't recognize what the fuck this place is?
Alan would say, yes, I am Estes.
No, it's a little dark where you're at. I can see a fire and something cooking, and I don't know exactly where you are right now.
What do you want, Dallin?
Well, good to see you too. It's been a while. I figured I'd check up on you guys, see where you are. I mean, you didn't ask, but I'm still hunting for Fradnir.
We're in Antiva still.
Antiva?
Well,
Okay.
again, I should say.
What are you doing in Antiva? I thought you were heading down to, like, go find Maldraxxus and the Lich.
Yeah, we got sidetracked. As per usual.
Well, when were you expecting to, like, be back? I mean, now Maldraxxus is a pretty serious threat. I tried to, like, check on the other two, but for some reason they wouldn't let me check on them.
Well, I mean, when people enter their mind, you aren't really too keen on allowing that.
So, when are you getting back?
Great question. Long story short, there's been some developments here in Antiva. I might become the Baron and just fucking rule Antiva, apparently. So, great question.
Well, that's certainly a thing. So, you're thinking that you might just be stuck over there in Antiva just permanently?
Not permanently, but I don't know when I'm leaving here.
Are you able to go to the other room so I can, like, check on the other two? Because, like, I'm kind of stuck following you with this spell.
Can you, like, recast this or something, or...?
No, like, since they resisted and I couldn't do it, I tried to scry on them for another 24 hours.
Alright, well, I'm trying to do something right now, so I'll have you scry into lure, once we're done here.
Maybe you just lean up against the back door. I can at least move 10 feet past you, so I can, like, are they far away?
They're in the other room, I'm pretty sure. I think.
Okay, if you lean against the door, I could probably, like, you know.
I was gonna slam his head against the wall, trying to also get Dallin out of his head.
You know, it doesn't. Whatever. Thank you. As the invisible sensor kind of phases through the wall as you're connected to it, and it's still connected to you, but it's able to look around as it sees both you, Talos, and you, Dain, as it's going to poke its head into its telepathy into your head, Talos, and suddenly you hear, Talos, it's Dallin.
Talos chokes for a second. Like, he's looking around, like...
Hey, Talos, you alright?
I heard Dallin's voice in my head for some weird reason.
Not for some weird reason. I'm scrying right now.
Dallin's apparently scrying over to me.
Hey there, it's okay. No need to cry.
How are you, Dallin?
You know, just still hunting for Fradnir. Just wondering when you guys are gonna be back. I mean, I thought you were going to go after Maldraxxus not long after you had. Well, it's been a few weeks.
Yes, we got sidetracked trying to get in some more information about what's going on possible threats, and we got mixed up in all this.
I see. Well, are you going to be coming back soon?
Hopefully, once this gets what's all finishing up going on here is finished up, hopefully we should be returning soon.
All right. Well, do me a favor. I'll try checking back in a couple days. If you start to feel a weird sensation in the back of your neck, could you just, like, I don't know, just let it happen? Because that's probably me trying to scry to you, and then that way I can actually communicate with you guys and see your progress and where you are.
All right, but if something tries to possess me, it'll be on. I'm blaming you.
Well, I mean, I know you don't have to worry about that. I mean, I'm just trying to scry and then speak to you directly through, like, this thing, because I don't have access to, like, the sending spell or anything.
True. All right, though. We'll keep you informed.
All right, I'll check back in a few days.
Good hunting on you, and hopefully you find your brother soon.
Yes, and hopefully you all will be back soon so I can join you in hunting down Maldraxxus.
Agreed. And after that, we might be able to head up to the north. There might be something going on up there as well.
And with that, you feel the sensation go away.
Well, that was interesting. Dallin was checking up on us, wondering when we're going to be heading back. He's still on the hunt for his brother.
Aye, that's good to know. To be honest, I've been wondering that myself. Like, because I've got no idea when we're going to be heading on back. Like,
I'd suggest we try to make plans soon. I'm sorry. He sounded a bit worried with, especially with the situation with Maldraxxus. So.
Aye, we definitely. What's it? Yes, Maldraxxus. Plus, I know he fears his brother might have been taken right now. So definitely need to go help with that as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, hopefully we can get this business done with tonight, and then we can start making plans.
Hey, speaking of that, I should probably go see if the gentleman I took the head to is finished with it yet.
I'll go with you. Might need help moving it. I'll finish up.
As you're like sorting stuff out, it's like, well, I did tell him to meet me around back, so best place would be just to hang around the back of the inn or the tavern for a little bit.
All right. That gives me a bit more time to finish these. I pop another 2 in my mouth.
Dain's just gonna grab his, also pinch one, but grab his drink and just sort of head towards the back door for a minute.
Sounds good. In the kitchen.
Don't worry, we'll be back in a minute. I'm not taking this anywhere.
As you say that, you kind of through the kitchen to the back door. You see as he's currently has 2 ginormous hunks of cow flank that he's currently frying up in a big fire. As Lord just kind of looks at you and goes, of course. Just call her on back if you need anything.
We'll do.
As you head on to the back.
Yeah.
And Lord, at that point, kind of pokes it with a fork and goes, these should be good enough for their taste, I suppose. I see then. Heaves it off onto a wooden cutting board. And looks at you and goes, I am quite sturdy and, I have some heft to myself, but these are a little heavy. Are you taking these down below? As he eyes towards the basement.
Yes.
I suppose you'll need some help getting them down.
Milo's gonna try to grab one.
Alright, give me an athletics check.
Oh god. With advantage by chance? Since I'm very determined right now to get these delivered.
Determination doesn't quite affect things that well.
Fuck.
You try to heave one up and you're just like, as the juices start to run on you, and it's like, are you grabbing it by the board, or are you grabbing it just like raw dogging it?
Raw dogging it.
Ooh. So yeah, this thing is hot as you kind of start to scald your hand a little bit just from gripping it because it's just fresh off the fire, and this thing's about the size as you are. It is a whole flank of a cow. Kind of
it's fine, everything's fine.
As Lure kind of goes, oh, that looked like it kind of hurts. I mean, I could help you with one, but if you can't handle that other one, he kind of looks out towards the door. He's like, perhaps we should ask one of your allies for help.
No, please no.
Yeah. As he kind of goes over and he grabs 2 gnarly hooks off the rack. And he gives one hook to you. Here, use this to kind of hook into it, and it might help a bit.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
As you're given a gnarly meat hook. So with that, I'll allow you to add your proficiency bonus. As you can do another athletics check with it.
So 19?
Yes. So as he proceeds to kind of put a towel on your back, as you grab the flank with the meat hook and you sling it over your back, the juice is starting to run into the towel. He grabs the other one with the other meat hook and heaves it up as well. Ooh, he got himself a 13, so he's not doing as well as you are, but he is still able to heave it up a little bit as he huffs and puffs. After you, sir.
Milo will quickly hurry down into the basement.
Yep. And as the 2 of you head down to the basement, you come across Soren still asleep in the middle of your path.
Milo's gonna do his best not to wake up Soren.
As you tiptoe around. Give me a perception check there, Soren. Maybe disadvantage. Oh, dear.
Alright, what's up? So...
Well, I was about to ask you for a perception check, but it doesn't matter, as Milo tips his toes around you, Lure as well, and he's heaving this giant flank, and a very, very hot drip of meat fluid drips directly onto your head. As he rolled a nat 1. And so you smell and taste and feel like something delicious, hot and burning all over your skull.
Let's go! Soren immediately takes out his shovel and is about ready to smack someone.
Yeah, you
Soren, everything's fine.
You take 2 points of burning damage.
Well, how much burning damage?
2 points of burning damage, as like this just raw, like not quite raw, but this like very freshly cooked, like oil, like juice combination of meat just drips directly onto you.
Soren is completely covered by it. A nice little burning blanket.
As Lurikai looks down at you, goes, sorry, Soren. I don't mind taking this down to. He looks over at Milo. Dry?
Soren gets out covered in oil. Here, let me help you. As Soren just full on just glares at Lure.
Soren, just go back to sleep. You're fine. Everything's fine.
Soren is trying to intimidate Lure. Fuck.
Milo is trying to persuade Soren to just go back to sleep.
As Lure is definitely intimidated by you. He goes, I meant no offense by it, so you're just kind of in the way there, and we just try to get through.
Soren's gonna go out of the middle of the room and he's gonna go lay back down.
Goddamn right.
On the side of the room. Oh.
Sorry again, Soren.
It's fine, just don't let it happen again.
You fall asleep to the smell of the dusty air. Now, the air is also wafting with the smell of freshly cooked meat. After a moment or two, as he lays down and gets quiet, Lure looks down at you. Milo goes, now?
Sorry, what?
He like mouths kind of like now? Question mark. As he looks towards the keg where you guys are heading.
Milo's just gonna nod, yeah.
He kind of tiptoes over it and then like proceeds to kind of put his hand on it and try to open it, and then he goes. He looks at it cockeyed and looks down at you and goes, how is this thing open?
Here, let me do it. As Milo will go ahead and open it up.
Yeah. You see that there's a switch just underneath the spigot, kind of in an inconspicuous spot. And so you flick that switch and you hear as the thing opens up. Quietly, but, opens.
Mm-hmm.
As Laura then goes like, alright, as he steps in and proceeds to make his way down the steps.
Now, Lure, don't be scared. Everything's gonna be fine.
I'll do my best, sir. Are they as big and as terrifying as the legends say? Your not answer is making me more nervous.
Everything's fine. It's fine.
All right, I trust you, sir. Perhaps I'll let you go first then, since they know you apparently.
I fucking hate that, Justin. Stop it.
What?
Oh no, what's he
Milo's gonna lead the way down.
Dang it, just no, he is not. Good lord. I'm not supposed to go off that way. So anyway, as you head down the stairs, Milo, with Laura very much nervously right behind you, you get about halfway when, you hear the grunting. As you hear, I smell meat. Yes. As Laura just kind of stops and he goes a couple shades paler.
Laura, everything's fine. Calm down. Everything's fine.
You trying to convince yourself or him?
Him.
As he kind of looks at
and also myself.
He looks at you and goes, that sounds rather urgent and not as trusting, but I believe in you. I'm right behind you, sir. As he doesn't understand the language they're speaking.
What do you mean? I'm talking to him.
Well, he doesn't understand the Minotaurs. He just hears
Oh, gotcha.
And
as Milo's going to then, I'm assuming they can see us.
Yeah,
since I would assume that.
Yeah, as you get to the bottom of the stairs, they're still directly right after the stairs, sitting on their kind of like a crank cart. As they stand and look at you, and mouths are running with drool as they go, "Ooh, rat gave in a promise. Brought another friend." As the two of them start to eye Allura, Allura holds up the meat flag, is shaking, and his knees literally shaking. He goes, yeah. As they, with the meaty fist, each grab one flank for themselves, each just whoosh, with tremendous strength as they. As Allura takes a few steps up a few movements up the stairs, he goes, "Whew, okay.
Everything's fine, Laura. Can you take this meat hook and not let anyone down here?"
Yes, sir. As he takes it and quickly makes his way back upstairs. Leaving you with the two Minotaurs that are very quickly devouring these flanks. Very happily so. Until after a minute or two, they are all done as they just kind of burp and... As they kind of get down on one knee and look at you. You resourceful rat. Come, we take you where we just were.
Milo's gonna kind of bow his head as a way of saying thank you.
As they kind of, not gently, but they lift you up again and put you down into the thing as they cart their way back towards the left side. And after a couple minutes, you see as the kind of dark tunnel opens up into some more lit area. And you actually hear some additional voices and more grunting. And what almost sounds like tinkering of hammers, tink, 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 tink.
Mel's gonna kind of do some sign language, be like, "More Minotaur?"
Yes, and more. As you as the cart goes through the entrance of the tunnel, you found yourself in quite a spectacle. A soft light seems to spill from chandeliers crafted from wrought iron and crystals suspended high above you. As you guys kind of adjust to the different light, just kind of staring at these things, it's very odd because they almost look like masterworks in themselves, hanging prisms that scatter light and brilliant patterns across the area, creating a kaleidoscope of refracted colors. As you take a look at all around you, there's polished stone walls and floor, making it almost feel like a surreal and magical atmosphere all around you. The station itself, as you take a look, is constructed from some sort of stark stone bricks, meticulously polished to a glassy sheen. Inside quite a few of these, you see subtly flecked with veins of deep purple and silver within each of them, giving them an ethereal, starry quality as they're illuminated by the chandeliers above. very much a contrast for the somber stone and beams of luminous honey-toned wood that are arched elegantly across the vaulted ceiling above you. As you take a look around you, you can see that it seems almost to be a similar make of what you saw back in Port La Montagne with the Train, except this one here seems to be far more elegant than that one. Some kind of station where you see the main concourse is very much an expansive space, dominated by a grand central fountain of black obsidian. Its water shimmering with flecks of gold and silver. Around the fountain, intricately carved benches made from the same bright, gleaming wood as the arches offer a place for people to sit and rest if they wanted. Each bench seems to be adorned with an elegant filigree depicting scenes of stealth and escape. The walls themselves are lined with mosaics crafted from precious, semi-precious stones. Columns of the same dark stone rise to support the ceiling, as each one are engraved with intricate patterns of interlocking locks and keys. At the far end of the station, a massive clock face dominates the wall, its hands made of polished bronze and its numbers glowing faintly. Beneath it, an elegant automaton stands.
Miles gonna go up to the automaton and try talking to him.
It looks down at you. Its eyes seems to kind of shudder up and down. Ah! Welcome to the station, Sir Milo. We have been expecting you.
Hi.
I am Conductor. I am the caretaker of this here station.
Sorry, station?
Yes. For months we have been working in progress on this station here.
Chef Clank, is that you?
The one known as Stradabar had inquired upon connecting the mainland to Antiva and perhaps beyond. What?
Okay,
You are currently 20 days, 40 minutes, and 4 seconds late from your appointed meeting here. What?
Wait, I had a meeting here?
Yes. Stradabar said that upon your last arrival towards Antiva, you would be able to find this passage quite easily, and therefore learn of its purpose as a way of quickly returning back to Port La Montagne. What?
Is the station active now?
Why, yes. In fact, just a bit ago, these Minotaurs delivered some stones and indicated that they had successfully broken through to the other side of the tunnel and connected the tunnels to Port La Montagne.
Oh.
This conductor best calculates the time of travel between Antiva and Port La Montagne to be 2 days. What?
That is very handy. Does anyone else know about this other than the workers here and myself and Stradabar?
Negative. Stradabar wished for this only to be known towards him and his friends. He indicated that you would be sole caretaker of this here station, as you would probably be needing it for your business. Right?
That is very true. And Smile is kind of just staring in awe at this station.
Yeah. As you continue to look around, just especially at this automaton, you can see that he definitely is made of some fine steel, maybe even inlaid with some gold and silver upon him. It is very much an elegant place to like just look at. I mean, aside from the very bland and bare tunnel that led up to your like this station, he seemed to go all out with like crafting its like finery. I mean, essentially the station itself is like between like the gold, the silver, the mahogany within it. Like the tracks themselves like are carved directly into the stone, bordered by rails of polished metal that gives them a muted mirror-like sheen. As you take a look at it, you are able to actually, no check required, you recognize the metal that seems to kind of border the rails as a metal that seems to be on Talos' armor, as you recognize kind of adamantine coming, like shining off of it.
Jesus Christ, Stradabar.
The platforms are edged with a gleaming brass, clearly to prevent slipping as you board whatever like rail system is being put into here. And occasional plumes of steam will hiss up through hidden vents, adding a sense of life to the station.
For I understand, the Minotaurs were about to head back towards the tunnel to ensure that the pathway is cleared out. Ensure the two different pathways that connect to it on the other midway are clear for transportation, after which they would head to Port Lamartine, where supposedly Stradabar had a unit ready to transport things to and from. Right?
Yes, I do apologize. I might have delayed them a little bit on that.
And so this conductor is unfortunately here to inform you that the locomotion that will drive you to and from Antiva to Port Lamartine and or Starfall is not currently here, and is not quite sure when it will arrive. Right.
What do you mean you don't know when it's going to arrive?
Thing is how the tunnels were just completed, and the Minotaurs were set to go and inform them. It will at least be several days before they arrive to either Starfall or Port Lamartine in order to inform Stradabar that the tunnels are ready for use. But seeing as how they have been delayed, it might be another day.
Can you ask them what it will take to make sure that they get there as soon as possible? Since I'm assuming you can effectively communicate with them rather than my odd form of sign language, for lack of a better term.
Most certainly, this unit has been installed with the ability to communicate via abyssal.
Sorry, did you say abyssal?
Yes, that is the language that these beasts do communicate with.
Huh. Alright.
Please excuse this conductor as he communicates with these Minotaurs.
As he kind of like bows halfway and then steps towards them. And you still have the thing activated, I assume, so you hear in this abyssal talk as he goes,
Minotaurs, I require you to return to Stradabar post-haste to ensure that the locomotion that is scheduled to arrives on time. The master has indicated he wishes for it post-haste. Quack.
And the Minotaurs kind of look at him, and they look at each other and goes, yes. We will do this for you. The little one, he gave us a nice hearty meal. Yes, I feel stronger than I have in days. Yes. We will get there very quickly. We will go now. Yes, now.
Before they leave, tell them thank you.
Do you just shout that over to him?
Yes.
As its head like turns 180 on its servos, it looks at you and goes,
Yes, sir.
As its head that turns back 180 the other direction.
The master says thank you and will appreciate your quick dedication to your work. Whack.
Anyway, what are you percepting there, Milo? Like, how long ago was that?
Not that long ago.
Okay, what are you trying to perceive?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Okay then. And so, as the automaton conductor gives them all a wave, you watch as the Minotaurs, with the new vigor, begin to crank on their device, as their cart goes leaves much quicker than it did before. Having been fueled by a very, very hearty meal, they might actually be able to get there quicker than they were previously. As the automaton clanks his way back toward you and looks at you, he goes,
By the initial speed, this unit indicates that perhaps they might be able to arrive at their destination a little quicker than anticipated. Though, depending on how quickly it takes Sir Stradabar to finish up his preparations, it might be another 2 to 4 days before the unit arrives here. Quack.
Do you happen to know, or is there a way you can talk to Stradabar? Or is it... Yeah, do you have any way to talk to Stradabar?
Personally, I do not, but every once in a while when one of the servants comes through with their work, I will hand them this.
As he holds out a sending stone.
They tend to communicate through that and relay instructions to this unit. Whack.
Oh, might I see that?
Certainly, as he
hands it towards you.
How many words do I have on a sending stone? 25?
25.
Alright.
Meanwhile, back up at the tavern, Lure is very vigorously wiping the counters down as Talos and Dain, you're just kind of sipping your drinks there, waiting for Milo to return.
Dane's at the back.
Oh, right. Yeah, Talos, you're just in there, just sipping away, I assume, right?
Oh yeah, just sipping my drink, eating what's left of the
As Lure just kind
food.
of wipes down the counter very vigorously, clearly trying to get his mind off something. Meanwhile, in the back, Dain, as you kind of are in the alleyway, stepping around, you hear the squeaking of wheels. As through the alleyway, you see an individual coming with a bit of a wheelbarrow with something like a tarp or something thrown over it.
It's gonna kind of watch him for a second as he gets closer.
As he does, you recognize the individual you commissioned the work from the day before.
Ah, very good.
As he kind of stops and looks at you.
Ah, hello there.
Sir Dain it was, yes?
Aye, yes.
Very good, very good. I have your work as requested. I very much appreciate the payment once again, especially for the expedient work that I had to do. And the nature of this material, I will say, was very difficult to work with, yes.
I appreciate the speed at which the work was done. I assume it wasn't. Well, I hope it wasn't too difficult for you.
Well, I will say that this was certainly a material I was not familiar with. Not to mention, I had to put in individual rods for the tentacles themselves. I'll have you take a look at my masterpiece as he flings off the tarp. Let's see, do I have an image of it? I'll share it in Discord. Copy image and... Oh, did you beat me to it?
I didn't, no.
Oh, no, it's Justin. And here in general, boop. So, on the general Discord, this is the Aboleth that you all kind of fought, and you were able to cut its head off right behind its gills there. So there's a few little tentacles, the 3 eyes, the sharp teeth and everything.
Alright, it's definitely a visage right there.
Yes. It was quite the slimy, thing to work with. It was, well, let's just say it challenged me creatively and, well, needless to say, this is probably some of my finest work.
Hey, that's good to hear. I appreciate you, being a bit on the low end as well, with keeping this a bit more hidden from the city. I don't exactly know what kind of panic it would cause if they suddenly see this thing rolling around the streets.
Well, certainly, but at the same time, it was more for personal as well. I mean, I don't want any of my eyes go left or right competitors to try and see what I've been working on and try to get the upper hand on me. No.
Oh, I gotta keep a craftsman's work nice and hidden at times.
Yes. As I may ask, is this for personal display, or are you showing this off anywhere?
Bit of both, really. It'll be for private use eventually, but for the moment, gonna be using it as a... Hey, what is it? To help a friend out.
Interesting. So, more of a private affair. You're not planning on showing it off at any big showings or anything? No theaters or anything as such?
The only thing that it's eventually gonna see is a trophy room of sorts. To also display this one as well. And I gotta kind of just pull the Hydra head out of the bag for a second.
Yeah, he's very curious, oh. Wow. Some work there.
Hey, me and our party fought this beastie not too long ago.
Well, I do say that you have yourself quite a lovely growing collection. But if you ever do show off this sort of work to any high-standing members of society, be sure to mention me that I was the one that did it. I do great work, and that I could certainly do them great business.
Hey, and if you don't mind me asking, what was your name again, so I may let the people know?
But of course. I can't believe you already forgot those. I told you previously. But let me check my notes here. I got so many people.
It's alright.
It's all good, it's all good. I had to go back through and reorganize my NPCs again, because they are... Oh boy, are they piling up.
Would it be in a list of NPC characters, or...?
Yeah, I'm currently looking through that, trying to find the right one.
Would it be Jarlene, perchance?
Jarlene, that sounds familiar. Which one is that?
The oldest, or newest one, rather, is Pendius Younger.
What I've had him under?
Not that you could. What's the race?
That's the trouble. I don't remember what race he was.
Oh my lord.
Like, I know I've got it in my notes here of someone called Jarlene. They were a drow. But...
Oh, was that the one?
I
think that was one in Raven's Crest that did the other head for you.
Okay.
Would it have been a trapper, or...?
Probably would have been a trapper.
Well,
there's there's not much of a profession of taxidermist within the D&D setting.
You have a message that you put in here in July about Pendius Younger, but that's in the list of NPC characters. Your newest one in Merchant is June 2nd.
Yeah, those all sound a little bit too old.
Let's see here. No, definitely not.
Here we go. I think I might have found it here. As he kind of gives you a card and goes, don't forget it again. The name is Hammond Amin. It means taxidermy.
Hey, Hammond Amin. Oh, a pleasure doing business with you, good sir.
Yeah, that would explain why we can't find it in any of the notes here in NPCs. It's not in the server at all.
Yeah, let me add it in here, so give me just a sec. I'll move it into, which one should I do this under? Merchant? Yeah, we'll do it on Merchant. There we go.
Actually, while I'm thinking about it, who made this song?
This is another kind of royalty.
The brothers.
No,
okay.
This one's a different one. I had it somewhere.
Well, I was asking simply because, like, I'm hearing it and it's like, this doesn't sound like them.
No. I kind of went around, and specifically for Antiva, for what they were doing, I got a kind of a more of a detective-esque music going.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
All the noir stuff from like a couple sessions ago.
Yeah, no, that's entirely fair. It's just like I've been thinking, like going through, and it's like, how much of this stuff has actually been listened to by the people watching videos that actually are like listening to the music in the background.
Well, I can say from someone who's been watching the old streams again, sometimes the music in the stream and the music from Chip do overlap weirdly.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear like both at the same time.
I've noticed that as well. It's like from when.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Sorry, I almost dropped my mic.
There's no need for a mic drop here. So, if I remember correctly, Dain, you'd already paid Hammond, right?
Yes, I already paid him. It was like... I know I paid him platinum. It was like 300 platinum or something like that.
Yes. As he kind of heaves the head up on its kind of wooden... it's got a nice like wooden pedestal that it's currently on as he sets it on the ground for you. You are, sir. If you have any other needs of a taxidermy of the strange and unusual, be sure to always look up Armin's taxidermy service here on Antiva and send your friends. Now, I must be off. I have other orders that I must complete.
Aye, a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Hammond.
As he picks up his wheelbarrow and carts it off. And you have yourself the head of the Aboleth before you.
Hooray!
Okay, so are you taking it back inside?
I'm gonna put it into my bag of holding, just so I don't freak everyone out, and then I'm gonna head on back inside.
Alright, give me just a sec, guys. I gotta go answer the door.
Alrighty. So, you head in where inside, Lur's still scrubbing down a counter, Talos is taking it easy, and Soren is still asleep down below.
Hey, Lur. Question for you.
Yes.
We all know that Milo's one to wander off, but where is he? Do you know? And Soren as well. I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, Soren is down below, taking a nap in the storage room. Milo's fine, perfectly fine. He doesn't need any help at all. No, definitely not.
You, hang on. I don't think...
Lord, please roll high on deception. Jesus Christ.
He got an 18.
Thank God.
As he's breathing heavily, you assume he's probably breathing heavy from the amount of work he's doing.
Hey, you, need any help with anything, Lur? You seem to be,
I'm perfectly fine, thank you. You should just go ahead and enjoy your drinks. Yes, enjoy your drink.
Alrighty. Well, if you need any help with anything, at this point we're just waiting for the day to pass and waiting on Milo to reappear.
Yes, I imagine you all have a very important meeting in 3 hours or so to attend to.
Hey, hopefully he's done with whatever he's up to. I mean, you know how he gets.
Yes.
And grab another drink and then head on back to my chair.
Sounds good. back at the station, Milo, you kind of are roaming around a little bit, just taking a look at just the magnificence that is this station.
Also, I do have what I want to tell Strahd through the Sending Stone ready whenever.
Ah, yes. Go ahead.
Alright. Strahd, sending Minotaurs to you. Please have the locomotive sent on its way to Antiva. Need transportation to PLM soon. Come over locomotive as well.
What was that last bit? Come
over locomotive as well.
Alright, requesting that he comes as well.
Yes.
Very good. As a response, you'll get, "Aye, lad." Surprising, but pleasure hearing your voice finally. I'll send the transport right away. Be seeing you soon. And the magic of the stone goes away to recharge for another day.
I will hand it back to the conductor.
Thank you, Master Milo.
Thank you for letting me use it. Strahd said he is sending the locomotive on its way now. He should be here soon.
Most fortuitous. Quack. I will leave you to peruse the station as you see fit. Quack. You'll be sure to see that it has multiple different entrances that go around to different parts of Antiva for easy and quick convenience. Quack.
Is there an entrance into Comet's Landing by chance? At least one that connects to the station rather than the tracks itself.
We were currently working on that. I believe that there was a tunnel being dug right over there.
As he points his automaton towards what you see to be like an entrance that leads out of the station, towards the similar direction of where you came from on the tracks.
I believe that one of the workers was getting ready to connect it to a tunnel that led to the basement of Comet's Landing. But yes, there was already a tunnel that connected it directly to the tunnel that connects to the rails.
Now, is that going to be another stop for the train to actually pick up guests when specified, or no?
The location of which guests will be joined up will be here at this station. The only other places would be at Port La Montagne, as well as Starfall Citadel.
Very well.
And mind you, this is a more secret tunnel. This is not open to the general public yet.
I hope it never becomes open to the general public, and I want to make that absolutely clear.
Affirmative. Other areas that open up lead to different parts of the island. That tunnel over there will lead towards the docks. That tunnel over there will lead towards one of the higher-end residential districts, aka the Baron's Place, One over there will open up towards the black market,
As he continues to kind of turn and point, and you watch as his legs will stay in his spot, but his entire body will turn as if it was on a servo, just
Just kind of from the waist up.
Yes.
Gotcha.
If it was a normal working, breathing humanoid, it would be impossible for him to move this way, but because he's an automaton, obviously.
You just hear his spine snapping in 20 different places.
Oh god. Just gears slipping all the time.
Mind you, due to the location of the station, some of the paths and tunnels will take longer to get through than others. This is also intentional, as those that may not be familiar but may find the path to the station will find that sometimes there are dead ends and other alternative passageways for those that may not be welcome.
Is there any kind of security here for those who are not welcome?
Besides the general minotaurs that still are working to provide the tunnel access, you have this unit here, quack.
As you watch as he, one of his arms that he was pointing with, suddenly Transformer style, just like rolls back on itself. It becomes a crossbow.
You looking to potentially hire some security there?
I hath returned.
Conductor, please shoot me.
You wish for this unit to strike you, sir? Quack.
Yes.
Very well. Please. If you wish stand still or move, it is whatever your preference.
I was gonna just kind of start running around the station, waiting for him to shoot.
Alright. Let me look up something real quick. What was that?
Trying to see if there's anything I can...
What did I miss?
Mal's gonna pull out a cursed berry that he has and kind of take a swing at it, so the defender's +3 AC applies to him as well.
Hang on, wait, what are you doing?
I'm gonna pull out a cursed berry from my bag, from... fuck.
Like the one that, like, from the sea? From that one weird tree?
Yes. Yes.
And you're gonna slash it?
Yes, so my AC then gets the bonus from the defender.
Okay, so you're increasing your AC up.
Yes.
Alrighty. Alrighty. +6 to hit. Alright. So let me do... 1d20. Does a 22 hit you?
It does.
Alright. You watch as the automaton, its arm, like, zeroes on you, and then tracks your movements, and then it moves just slightly enough to get ahead of you, and then releases a bolt. As this bolt just soars through the air and strikes you for 1d plus... Oh, hang on.
Right to the nog.
Okay. +2. 10 damage. 10 piercing damage as it strikes you in the side. As it then, like, proceeds to almost, like, reload automatically from its arm as it aims again. Is like,
very good, sir. This unit has struck, quack. Would you like me to shoot again, quack?
Please don't.
As you just, like, pull out the bolts as your side, just, and you're like, ah! As you realize that the bolt that hits you, like this thing has basically the capacity of a heavy crossbow, essentially.
Very good. Thank you for the demonstration.
Of course, sir. If sir needs any more demonstrations, this unit would be happy to comply. What?
Is it possible to add to the list of people who are allowed down here?
Most certainly. Any that masters wish. Quack.
Alright, I would like to add Dain Blackspire, Talos Shax, Soren Moonberry.
Its eyes flutter a little bit as you hear clicking.
I think basically as this is happening, he's like printing tickets, essentially.
Yeah. That is all for now. And please allow any of their guests as well.
Clans update. The Master wishes to grant these individuals the same authority as himself.
Do I have any other benefits other than just allowing people that I want on?
The Master can control who and who is not allowed within station, as well as who and who is not allowed to board the locomotive and transport when it arrives and leaves. Whack.
Allow them to transfer people, but not cargo.
Affirmative. Whack. Thank you, Master Milo.
And of course, please allow Stradaban and his guests to arrive as well.
Of course, Stradaban has the same clearance level as Master Milo. Quack.
Very good. Conductor, it has been a pleasure, and I will be seeing more of you.
A pleasure, sir. Looking forward to your next visit. Quack.
Is it saying quack?
Yes, it is.
God.
Partly because I just wanted to make Tim have to quack every time this thing talks.
We find out that inside the automaton is a duck, a sentient duck.
Excuse me, Conductor, would you like some grapes?
No, only lemonade.
Sorry, this unit does not have any grapes.
Alright, so do you head back to Comet's Landing?
Yes, I do.
Alright. You head back through the tunnel and back up through the hidden keg, where you see Soren is where he still is, currently asleep.
I was going to kind of nudge Soren to wake him up.
Yeah. What's going on?
Soren, time to go up.
Huh? What's going on? What are we doing?
Just go back up to the tavern. No need to be down here.
Alright. But it's so comfy down here.
Alright, fine. Keep sleeping then, I guess.
Soren kind of takes a minute, thinks.
Alright, I'll go with you.
Soren, why do you have to fight me on every fucking thing I say?
I didn't think I was. I'm sorry.
Should be. How could you?
You know what? I'm not sorry.
I'm sorry that I'm not sorry. I'm sorry that I'm not sorry.
Finish your squabbling as you make your way back up, where Lure sees you and goes, "Oh, I assume that everything is all squared away down below, sir."
Yes, it is. Please do not allow anyone into the basement other than myself and the companions you see here, unless they say otherwise.
Robot man, I don't like you. You're not organic.
What?
The automaton.
You're not down there.
Oh,
You
I
just
knew
told
that, definitely.
He's not organic.
Yeah, I definitely knew that.
Perhaps Soren has had a little too much to drink again.
Yeah, it seems like it. Please cut him off for the night. And do not allow him to brew anymore.
You can't stop me.
Watch me.
Milo walks over and
Can't have fun in here at all.
Soren kind of just runs to his room.
Like, you're not my dad.
Most certainly, Milo. You and your companions are the only ones allowed down there.
And in Thieves' Cant, Milo's gonna tell Lure about the train station down there.
As one of his eyes will cock up, with eyebrow will kind of squint with curiosity. As he'll only just nod as he cleans up a mug. And he kind of thinks he'll kind of like mumble cheese, like, I wonder when Stradwell was going to tell us, if ever?
He was meaning for me to find it on my own. Apparently it was one of my projects I had, but I kind of forgot about it.
He's just nods his head and just... Anyway, I believe you have about an hour until you're, well, you know.
Yeah, speaking of which, we probably should head up there. Would you be able to leave the tavern for tonight and, come cater for us?
Well, I mean, I could certainly, close it for the night, yes.
Don't we still have staff here that can still work the tavern?
Well, yes, I suppose that, we do. They should be fine on their own. I haven't actually been to this manor of yours. Is it equipped with a decent-sized kitchen?
It has a pretty sizable kitchen.
Well,
I mean, it is a manor after all, so have to have plenty of workspace for elegant food.
I suppose that's fair. Yes, allow me to go grab a few of my things that I can't work without, and I'll be ready to go. As he looks over a few of the others, he goes, you're taking over for tonight. I must go deal with some business outside. Be sure to, of course, make sure everyone pays their tab, and take out any layabouts that try to weasel their way out of paying. You know the drill. As a couple of the workers just kind of wave their hand and go like, And he heads back to go collect his things.
Oh, also, do you happen to know where, he is? As Milo kind of, like, gestures towards himself, but not him.
And he kind of pokes his head through the door. It's like, you might want to check in your office.
Thank you. As Milo heads to his office.
As you enter your office, you hear snoring as behind your desk you see laying on a pillow, Garrett just passed out.
Garrett?
As he just startles and jumps up a dagger out, just like, what? Hi. Sorry, I was expecting Soren. He told me I should take a nap. Is it time?
I mean,
yet?
we still have about an hour, but we're going to start heading up that way now. Still need to grab Dain, and hopefully he has the head ready.
Yes. So, what's the plan exactly?
Just like everything else, fucking wing it. Hope for the best.
I suppose that's fair. I'll keep hidden and just kind of around the manor to make sure that none of them stray too far around, and, well, make sure that if anything goes haywire, I'll be at the ready to assist as needed.
Yes, but also please keep somewhat close to me. That way, when I call upon you, you can come out as well.
I'll be ready. This should be quite the night to remember.
Yeah. Hopefully it all goes well.
He kind of gets up, dusts himself off. I'll get going and make sure that everything around the perimeter is all good to go. Kind of like strokes his chin a little bit and goes, I don't know how many of them will want some water, but the manor, water around the manor is not going to be safe to drink. Do you or one of your companions have a means of supplying water if need be?
Yeah, actually, Dain does have a way to do that, so we'll definitely need to bring him.
Oh, good. Alright, I'll be on my way then. As he heads out the door and sneaks his way out into the evening.
Very well, Milo will leave his office as well, and look for Dain.
Not too hard, as you see Dain and Talos outside in the general part of the tavern, just currently sitting and sipping on their drinks.
Dain, you ready?
Hey, ready to go.
Very well. Just gonna wait for Lure, and once he's ready, we will head up to the manor.
Hey, sounds good.
Alright.
You, You had a bit of an adventure earlier. All good, Dan? All good wherever you were?
Yeah, everything's great.
Got counting inventory, I'm guessing. Talos kind of stretches as he gets up.
Something like that. And the Milo kind of gives you a bit of a smirk.
Alright, ready to go, Milo, as Lura comes through the door with a kind of a suitcase with some pots and pans rattling on it and a couple of utensils. And behind him also a small cart that has a little bit of food and some like spices and whatnot on it as well.
Very well. Shall we?
Hey, lead the way.
Very well.
Please go.
Are we missing someone?
Who?
Where's
Certain Jabin, I thought, ran to his room.
look, man, where is he?
Milo's gonna go up, bang on Soren's door.
Give me a brewing check, Soren.
Oh no.
Do a brewer's check.
Brewer's check? Alright.
Boom!
Boom.
Then, as like you kind of open up the door, Milo, you watch as Soren has his whole brewing kit out, and he's in the middle of trying to like create something out of like out of defiance against your wishes.
Milo's just gonna go over, grab Soren by the scruff of his neck, and just bring him with him.
Yeah. Do you win this time?
Didn't do quite enough of a check to be able to make something, but you had enough to have things out, and you were starting a process, but you were interrupted.
Very sad Jabin noises.
Squeak, squeak. Alright. As you all leave the tavern and make your way towards the manor, you get within a mile of it when everything gets real quiet and dark, as there is no one around within a mile of the manor. Which is to be expected, as you knew that you all knew because of the Aboleth and what they were doing to the water supply a mile radius around the manor, that they would have either gotten sick, died, or otherwise they would not be sticking around that particular area.
Hopefully some life returns to this place.
From my understanding, it should. After a couple or several days after the Aboleth is gone, everything should return back to normal.
Hopefully the effects don't last even with a dead Aboleth. I kind of look over at Dain.
Hey,
No, it won't.
That's good to know. I hadn't even thought of that, because what I am planning eventually, if to kind of mount these heads that have been gathering up at the Citadel.
Yeah, that'd be really awkward if it did do that.
Hey,
Wouldn't be much of a Citadel then.
No.
Be a good way to keep things out of an area you don't want, though.
You really want to run the risk of having an Aboleth run around?
Not a live one, no. But if the effects worked on a dead one, it would definitely be an interesting way of someone keeping things out of an area.
Hey,
You don't want to open that can of worms.
Like
Trust me.
one of the random thoughts that crosses Talos' mind.
Trust me, you do not want to open that can of worms.
I think Istus has spoken.
Thing, you just happen to still have that decanter of water, right?
Hey, I've always got it on me. both
Good.
the alchemy jug, plus I do have my horn as well.
Ah, that's right. Okay, good to know.
Hey, and might help as well, but I do also have the ability to purify water and well, food and drink. So that might also be able to help as well.
Oh, good, good.
And you make your way to the gateway of the manor. Using your keys, Milo, you're able to unlock the gates and make your way inside. Everything from the outside seems to be relatively the same. You don't notice anything out of the ordinary in regards to any potential damage or otherwise. There's still the nice wooden porch that lays before you with the double doors ready to welcome you inside as you all make your way into the manor. And of course, the first grisly scene that presents itself before you. Did you ever do anything with the body, or did you just leave it there? I forget.
No, Morse ate it.
Right. Murph said it. But left behind on the carpet, remains the stained like stone and whatnot, the leftovers of the battle that proceeded before you in this foyer, where
Yes,
you cleaned up the best you could. But yeah.
Yeah, the stone and all that is still damaged, but all the slime is gone as well.
Yes. So the damage of the battle before still remains. A few things of furniture and a few other things are disheveled and distraught within this room, but the rest of the manor remains relatively undamaged. As looking down from above, Garrett goes, I've already started to go around and get things presentable. The lavatories should be ready for them, and I was just about to head towards the dining and kitchen area to, were you wanting this to happen in the ballroom, the dining room, Da?
For now, let's lead them into the dining room, try to keep most of this hidden away from them, at least the damage to the stone and all that, and we'll kind of lead them out here. Also, Dain, do you have a stand for the head?
There's a plaque that's on the back of it right now.
Yeah, that'll work. We can set that up here, and then maybe, Garrett, if you could, maybe grab one of the bed sheets from one of the beds and kind of just drape it over it, kind of conceal it a little bit.
Yeah, let me go grab one of those as he runs back. As Laura kind of looks around and goes, my, this is certainly quite a place you've gone, Milo. Which way was the kitchen?
Right this way, as Milo will lead Lure into the kitchen.
Alright. He enters and goes, whoa, this is quite the kitchen. Got a fireplace there, and like, oh boy. As he kind of looks about it, he's like, man, this is almost like twice as big as what I got at the tavern. Looks like it could feed like a small army in here.
I think that's what it was designed for, to be honest.
Well, yeah, more than plenty enough room. I'll get started right away. I'll see what sort of resources they have here, but I did bring a few like chickens and a few other flanks of meat and some veggies as well to make up something. So let me see what I'm working with as he starts to delve into the storeroom. Meanwhile, Dain, you I assume you go and get your head set up.
Aye, and after that, I'll go around the manor, like especially the fountains and such that the guests would be seeing, and like purify the fountain.
Very nice. The one in particular would be that they would definitely see would be connected to the actual dining room where they're beheading. Because there's a set of double glass doors that lead out towards a small garden area where there's a fountain and a pool. So you are able to kind of go and do that. How much are you able to purify with that spell?
Also, remind me, is there one in the kind of like the main entranceway?
Not in the main entranceway, I don't believe. I think it was just
Okay.
a small like garden of flowers, like a flower bed that was in the center,
Gotcha. Okay.
and a couple missing statues of gargoyles.
I don't know what you're talking about. Never seen this in my life.
Yeah, it just says here, all non-magical food and drink within a 5-foot radius sphere centered around a point of your choice within range is purified and rendered free of poison and disease.
Sounds about right.
You're looking at purified food and water.
Yes, because part of the thing of the Aboleth is that all water within a square mile of it becomes tainted, and so that's something that essentially, like Garrett and none of the party members, they stayed long enough and they didn't really drink the water at the manor to be able to figure that out, because they always kind of had their own. Something else that could have tipped them over for figuring out what was going on.
Could have.
So, and were you going to cast this ritually, or going to burn some spell slots to do this, Dain? Because purify food and drink is a ritual spell if you want.
I can cast it ritually?
Yeah. If you know how to.
Yeah,
I mean, you know the spell, right?
Yeah, I know the
Ritual
spell.
casting, it just takes like 10 minutes if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'll do the ritual casting then.
Yeah. So you'll take your time to ritually cast purify food and water to essentially purify the water within the manor. Talos, what are you up to? You okay?
I'm trying to think of what Talos would be doing.
Talos drink the water from the manor.
I have to say, you sounded like you were just like, "Ugh." I was like, ah.
No, my mic was too close to my face. What would Talos be doing?
Sounded like a dying horse in Minecraft.
I can't make the noise, but yeah.
Gosh. Maybe lose my train of thought.
We'll get back to you. Soren, what are you up to?
Anyone staying behind? Actually, no. Never mind. Really, Soren's just gonna be falling around people right now. He doesn't have much to really do.
Alright. Just kind of mulling about, doing whatever.
E.
Alright, and then tell us, so you figured out what you're doing?
Talos is gonna assist with trying to make the place as much presentable under Milo's instruction as possible, like making sure there's enough things set out for where he wants the meeting to take place.
Very good. Yeah, essentially connected to the kitchen area is the dining hall, which houses like a very large table that spans across to atop a giant rug, and the chairs themselves are very fine make. It definitely looks like it's ready to house like a good hearty meal.
Soren, tell us, are you guys doing anything?
No, I'm not. What's up?
Would you
Talos kind of looks up. Oh, sorry.
Would you lads be able to help me kind of dust off the dining table and room and all that? Since it needs a bit of work.
Sure.
Talos kind of looks around, tries to find like a rag or something to help.
For Talos, this is something that obviously, from your background, you're quite used to. You're familiar with partying and like making things presentable for nobles, so you do a good job of getting started on things that those of the finer class would definitely notice. Soren, what background do you have again?
He's more of a...
Outlander?
No, it's not Outlander. It's the priesthood one, the Acolyte, I think.
Acolyte? Okay.
I mean, you'd have a general understanding of how it's supposed to be done, but you would miss out on finer details.
Got it.
Basically, one of the things that you would have done as a cleric in training as an acolyte would be essentially the duties of the servants, essentially, as you're making your way through. So you would start out at like the lowest possible training, which is like your daily routine is you wash the clothes, you prepare the food, you prepare the tables, kind of thing. And then eventually you would move into your actual lessons as you show that you can follow instruction.
Gotcha.
Between the two of you working, you actually make the dining area very much quite presentable, as Milo supervises.
No. Milo's helping as well. Don't make him sound like such an asshole.
As Milo proceeds to help. So the three of you working together, you make this area, and you find some finer dishes as you all spend the next hour getting ready, as you eventually hear a knocking at the door.
Oh boy, it's time already, as Milo will then go out and greet who might be there.
Oh my. Music.
Not what I was expecting, but alright.
Sorry, that was a little louder than I thought it would be.
Where do we get a full band?
I'm not hearing any music for some reason.
On roll 20.
Milo cast Unearthly Chorus.
Alright, as you kind of go to the door and open it up, you're presented with the first individual that has made it to this here party. As an individual with a scar face and drow-like appearance, short wavy white hair and black eyes, looks down at you.
It's a pleasure. Welcome. Please, come in.
Pleasure is all yours, as she kind of steps in and looks around. And right behind her are two of her goons as well, that you recognize from before. I assumed that there wasn't quite an invitation, more or less an expectation.
Even in such a short amount of time, you know me so well.
So, where is this happening exactly?
Please, this way. As Milo will guide her into the dining room.
Very well. You two stay here and make sure that no funny business happens. I'll just be in this room. As she kind of glides behind you. Surely you didn't put all this on just for me. As she looks about the nice dining room area. Well, I see you have yourself some lovely servants. As she looks over at Soren and Talos.
Talos isn't gonna say anything. He's just gonna incline his head, he knows the game.
Hello. Soren does a very polite bow.
Miles just kind of put his hand to the side, facing them, and be like, "Hey."
Okay.
I'll have wine if you're serving. As she goes down to the table and sits. And meanwhile, you hear another knock at the door.
Talos, please go grab Dain and ask him to get the alchemy jug ready.
I know. I'd just walk out. Just as a kid, by this time, before like all this started happening, Talos had obviously changed into more proper attire. So he's gonna go off and find Dain and make sure the jug is ready.
Yeah, as you leave the room, you see coming down the stairs, Dain is in a very fine robe and is currently making his way down, kind of addressing his cuff.
Milo requests that the jug be ready. I believe our first guest is already requesting wine. Know of any good high quality wines off the top of your head?
Well, unfortunately, the alchemy jug can only do so much. It is unfortunately more of a basic wine.
I'll go check it.
Might have a look in the stores quickly. Your uncle might have had some fine vintages hidden around.
I'll go check.
I wouldn't mind us using it.
All right, but have that alchemy jug ready to go. I'll go check.
In the meantime, here I'm gonna pass. Basically, gonna use the alchemy jug's command to have it set to wine.
Sounds good.
And I'm gonna pass it over to
both of you do me a favor and roll a history check.
History?
Yes.
Aye.
Whoa, 24, 23.
Well, you are both nobility, which means that you would know what a good wine is.
Yes, I know.
Now, the thing is that you've been gone for 40 years. Any wine that you might know, if you're able to find a bottle of that down there, it's probably a very, very good year.
Okay. Talos is gonna go look for some then.
And meanwhile, who's going for the door?
I am.
All right. As you open up the door, you're presented with a mohawk of a very familiar individual. As he goes, "Oh, that is the blighter!" As he reaches down and gives you a hearty handshake.
Mr. Woodson, it is a pleasure. Please come in.
Say, Hotshot, this was what I was telling you about. Says he's the one who saved my life. Standing right behind him, you see someone that I don't believe you have met yet. Kind of an older female individual with a long, straight black hair and green eyes, with soft, dirty tan skin, standing about 4'5" with a sharp face. As she kind of looks down and she goes, "Yes, as you so drearily told me about on the way here. Milo, I presume."
Yes, that is correct, and who I have the pleasure of speaking to.
I'm Cassandra Pino, or as I am known around the streets, Hotshot. As she then takes from her wrist, a match kind of flicks up, and she pops it off of her fingernail, and then proceeds to light a thing at her teeth.
Well, it is a pleasure to meet you, and a pleasure to serve both of you. Please, come in.
Right, as Machete and Hotshot make their way into, also instructing their couple of goons to stay behind as well. As a lot of them are kind of eyeing each other, just
Should I roll an investigation to see if I can find that?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna use one of my lucky to reroll that. 12, that's better.
I think Dain might find something.
Yeah. As you look around, you can see that there are quite a few empty spots within the storeroom of alcohol, Talos, as you realize that perhaps over time, quite a bit of it got used up, and you see that there's some that are recently disheveled, quite possibly from Garrett having a couple drinks every once in a while. You're able to find some decent choices and selections, but Dain, you happen to actually, as you're looking around, you find a particularly locked case, and as you look inside, you see that there's some actual bottles that you recognize. But the case is indeed locked.
Is Soren there?
Would Soren be there?
He'd be following around. He's kind of lost for words right now.
Then sure.
None of us even noticed that he's there. It's like,
Yeah.
like a little shadow.
Let's see if I can pick that lock.
Yeah, you're able to pick the lock. As suddenly, as you see it, Dain, you're just starting to wonder yourself, like, how am I going to... You hear as the door just...
Magic door.
Perception check. For Dain. You look down to see who unlocked it, and you can't find anyone.
Magic liquor door.
Dain's just suddenly going to take this
Magic doors, how convenient.
Dain's just basically going to take this rather Jabin-feeling hat off his head and scratch his head for a second before putting it back on.
I wonder who did this.
Hey, Talos, I think I've found some rather nice ones here.
Let's see. See if read the date on the button. I can't read shit right now.
Dain blows off the dust, and you get dust all up in your nostrils, causing yourself to sneeze and just like cough.
To be entirely fair, wine cellars tend to be dark to begin with, so.
And I don't have dark vision, so I'm like, what?
Like, I'm not saying that they're like pitch black, but it's pretty low light, so it'd be like dim light for you in there.
Yeah. Plus, dust just got into my nose. Talos is trying to find a rag that he had, or something like a handkerchief that he's trying to wipe himself.
Yeah, he got a nat 1. But Dain, you got yourself a 19 as you're taking a look at this. Like you were the one that found it. I said, you recognize a couple of the bottles. Like, you know these to be like a very fine quality, and there's a good reason why they're under lock and key. Each of these bottles have to be at least worth like 20 to 50 gold.
Okay. With my with my investigation check from before, would I be able to see how many bottles there are, or is it just like the one?
Let me roll for it.
Just roll these toads.
Please be a 6.
I got a 1.
Damn.
So, yeah.
Oh, let's let me give you a second there for this. So the bottle that you have found, you recognize not only because, your nobility, you recognize for 2 reasons. This bottle is written in Dwarvish. And it carries a very unique emblem upon it. One that signifies that it comes directly from the Blackspire Brewery.
Oh.
You have just found yourself a bottle of Blackspire Reserve.
Don't go drinking that.
Aged for at least an additional 40 years from what you recall.
So at minimum right now, about 80 years.
Exactly.
Could be 100. Could be a little bit less. Could be a little more.
Yeah.
Precisely. But basically, you just found... You just found the equivalent of a $1,000 bottle of wine.
Hey, Talos, I think I've realised why your uncle had this one under lock and key. Also, I wonder where he got this from.
You do also find at least another 6 bottles of miscellaneous fine wine as well.
Well, let's keep hold of this one for a minute. And we'll take the rest out, and hopefully Milo doesn't get too mad. We've just essentially broken into his winery. I'm gonna pop the bottle of reserve just in my bag of holding for the moment, and take the rest of the bottles. We're gonna head on out.
Yeah, each of those bottles of fine wine are about 10 gold pieces, worth a piece.
Nice.
Alright, and as you kind of gather that up, you make your way back up the stairs as you hear Milo opening up the door for another person. As you open up the door and you see a familiar visage of the Reaper, Riley Mart. She looks at you with her long, straight blonde hair and brown eyes and her soft tan skin. She looks at you with a bit of a strange look as she goes, Milo. Word has it around that the one who has killed the Baron has been discovered. I assume
Indeed has.
You're the one that's responsible for finding it.
If I wasn't, I wouldn't have brought you all here. Please, come in.
She kind of walks through the door, and her two goons are once again just kind of sitting in there. She kind of takes off her very fine fur-laced coat and just hands it over to one, and makes her way in. And as you get her settled in, you hear one more knock at the door. It sounds very much softer.
Milo's gonna quickly say our prayer to Istis since he can expect who this is, and goes to answer the door.
As you open up the door, you're presented with a very short, pockmarked green skin with an individual with someone who is a lot taller right behind them. As you're presented with the face of a goblin, and right behind them, the face of a female wood elf.
Ah! Hello! You must be Milo.
As she holds up her wrist up towards you as if expecting you to, grab it and kiss it.
Milo will not reluctantly do it, but, internally kind of, cringe at this. But he will still comply.
She smells actually like a heavy perfume on her as you kind of take her hand and kiss her wrist and whatnot. As she goes,
"Oh, you're as lovely as they say. I'm Snacks. And the pleasure is all mine."
It is a pleasure to meet you, Snacks. Please, come on in.
As you take a look at her, you notice that she is not wearing any shoes. And on her left foot, you can see that there is a tattoo of a unicorn, and on her right foot, there is a tattoo of a snake.
Neat, anyways.
And right behind her, as she enters, she doesn't have any, goons or anything with her. She just kind of walks in. Behind her, though, with her two goons, is a lady with long, braided auburn hair and gray eyes, a silky, tan skin, standing about 5 foot tall, with an oblong face. She has with her a pipe that she takes out. My. You are quite the fine specimen. I must say, in this structure of yours is quite interesting. It's certainly not human-make, is it? I like that. As she kind of tips her head a little bit. Nadia Laidley. Or as some around here call me, the witch. Pray that you don't get to find out why.
I have my assumptions, but hopefully we don't need to find out. Please, come in.
As she enters and leaves her goons behind, you all are within the dining room now as you realize you have all the heads of the family within. Machete, Hotshot, the Grim Reaper, Scarface, the Witch, and Snacks. As some of them are all kind of discussing, and there's a few like weary eyes at one another, but a few of them seem to have some good rapport with one another, as like they all clearly know who each other are. Some of them have their favorites, some of them have their dislikes. That much is very evident and clear, as they're all are kind of discussing amongst each other and chatting it up. And then at the head of the table is an empty spot.
Milo will walk in behind the witch and take his seat.
As you do, you hear the rolling of wheels as coming out from the kitchen. The doors kind of swing open a little bit as Lure comes out with a rolling cart just absolutely covered with platters on it. Coming right up. Pardon me, as he goes around and begins to place platters down on the table here and there, getting things situated, set up as your guests kind of look at it with a bit of a surprise. Some of them are looking at it as if it was just, like, unimpressed, as if they were expecting it. And then each of them starts to what are our other party members doing? Talos, Dain, Soren, what are you up to? Soren as Lure is getting out the food.
I think Talos would be, after making sure he's cleaned up and no dust is on him, would be assisting with bringing in the drinks.
Soren will also try and clean himself off, as well as he will help bring out the food.
What was it? Dane's gonna be in the kitchen for a second, finding the some of the wine glasses and just general was it? Yeah, some of the nice wine glasses and cups that are in there, and then eventually come on out as well into the dining area.
Very good. And so as Lure finishes putting down the cloches, he lifts them all up, and before you, you see just an absolute cacophony of feasts. You see a selection of meats, cheeses, fruits, and nuts. Some stuffed eggs. There's a roast goose in the center of it. You see a couple of fancy inlaid sandwiches. You know, those like little triangle ones that are cut very, very tiny and small, like a bite size, but they look terribly fancy.
And sandwiches?
Yes, sandwiches. You also see that there are a mixture of some decent looking bread. That are mixed in with the cheese, as well as, of course, there's a pot of stew that has a very deep aroma coming out of it, and those that are closer to smell can smell like the heavy scent of wine, as whatever the stew is. The stew likely was made at like a beef stewette, if any of you are familiar with that. Essentially, a stew with this normal mixes of meat and veggies, but has an entire bottle of wine that was used to cook it as well. as all the guests kind of just like mumble with approval, looking at it all, and yes.
It was just letting you know I'm back. You were. I swear I heard you ask a question before you started talking about the food, but.
Oh, what question?
I don't know. Like, I literally turned on my headset as you began talking about the food.
Oh. No, I don't want to be made to be hungry.
Well, I had to go and take care of something as I was. Yeah.
But the entire dining room area just absolutely fills with the smell of a nice aroma. Hors d'oeuvres, all the food. There's a couple salads here and there in case there's anyone that prefers salads. Lure spent the last hour at whipping up a whole feast as best as he could do with such a short period of time. As the rest of the party kind of helps with filling up the drinks and serving, as the sound of clinking glass and metal of people begin to start reaching over and start grabbing at food. Without even needing to check, Milo, you see several of them are cautiously smelling, and a couple of them check the food for poisons or otherwise. As you understand that you would probably be doing the same if you were in their position.
Please, I assure you that nothing here is poisoned or anything. After all, if I were to try and become the head, I would not want to ruin my reputation so soon. So please, enjoy yourself and dine in. Did not mean for that to be just you, but that works as well.
Yeah, that's a good general persuasion check, and your genuineness and the way you say it absolutely brings a few of them that were a little more the ones that you didn't meet beforehand and get familiarized with. You definitely seem to kind of ease a bit of their tensions a bit as they all kind of dig in a little bit and fill up on the fantastic spread around you.
That's exactly what somebody who had poisoned everything would say.
Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
I was gonna have darting glances at Lure after he says that. She's like, you didn't do that right.
He very quickly shakes his head no, no. After a moment, Lure goes away, and after a moment, what are you up to right now, Soren?
Soren is bringing out the food with Lure.
Gotcha. At one point, you find yourself next to a goblin as she's taking out the thing, and she looks down at you and goes,
My. Aren't you quite the sight to look at?
Ah, hello. I'm Soren. How are you? What's your name?
Charmed. I'm Snacks. And let's say after this, feel free to come by my place if you are feeling up for a midnight snack.
And she gives you a wink.
Oh,
Soren takes a glance at Milo, help, please.
Thank you. That's such a kind offer.
Oh,
I shall think of it.
As he takes a glass from your platter and puts it down. Meanwhile, Talos, you are getting hailed by an individual, the one that is known as Scarface. You didn't get to meet her previously, but she kind of waves you over and goes, "Manservant, I need another drink now."
And I do a a respectful nod and come over with the one of the bottles of the night. Which one's the really nice? What was the reserve? The Black Spire?
That was one that Dain has.
That's in my bag holding.
I'll come over with one of the. I'll come over with one of the really good ones that we found. The other really good ones that we have.
The fine one.
The fine ones, and I show her the label to get for her approval.
I suppose I will do. You may pour, as she holds up her glass, looking away from you, but her hand is outstretched towards you.
I go ahead and pour. This isn't Talos' first rodeo, because as part of his upbringing, he had to learn how, as not only how to be with society, but also how to serve society.
Yes.
Yeah, because his dad was very strict on the learning both sides of the coin.
Mm-hmm. And I will say, definitely with that background, without a check needed, you recognize that, this individual here is definitely, they don't really seem as if they're attuned to the finer life, but they're still treating you as if they are. They seem to kind of have a lot of bluster to them, and she doesn't seem to have that good of an opinion about you and your companions, but she has a softer gaze when she's looking at some of the more female side of the table.
Pour, and once I'm finished, I pour it, and then do a slight bow as I step back for her to enjoy her drink.
Meanwhile, Dain, as you're on the other side, this very nice hill dwarf with long, straight blonde hair and brown eyes looks at you as you kind of bring over some refreshments for her. She goes, Milo never said that she kept some handsome company with him.
Hey, you flatter me.
What I say? Milo didn't say that he was friends with a dwarf. Quite unexpected.
Hey. Well, I'm sure as well. He also didn't say it was also companions with a dragonborn either.
No.
I kind of just nod over to Talos.
He certainly did not.
Hey, he's a bit of a complicated sort, that one is.
Let's see, what kind of dwarf are you, Dain? Are you just a mountain dwarf? Are you
I am a mountain dwarf, yes.
Okay. So your complexion is a little bit different than hers, obviously, as she's a hill dwarf. She's got kind of a tanner and skin. You're able to easily kind of recognize that, she's definitely had a different upbringing than you did. She definitely is not from the mountains, and she's definitely not a golden dwarf either.
If you don't mind me asking, you're not kin from the mountains, are you?
Oh no. Truth be told, I came from Sturma a long time ago. From the hills. That was before I met him. She kind of gazes up towards the ceiling a little bit, reminiscently.
I'm guessing by him, yeah. My condolences.
You certainly have a sharp one. You're quite the man. I suppose that's the way we're all here.
Never met him in person, unfortunately, but, well, I would have liked to. Was he, I don't actually know what kind of man the Baron was.
There were few that did. He was, he was quite the man. Mysterious, but elegant at the same time.
Hey. Well, to be, well, essentially the de facto head of a place like Antiva, you kinda need to be. It definitely sounds like, well, a lot of people didn't have their, had their differences with one another. They all respected the Baron. From what I've heard.
He was a hill dwarf too, you know.
Why was he?
Aye. Had the most wonderful accent, though.
Aye, now it is a shame I didn't meet him.
I'm sure you would have liked him. The short, wavy auburn hair, and that wonderful braided beard of his. Anyway, she kind of waves her hand at you. Discussion for another time. I appreciate you being an ear for me, though. I'm looking forward to seeing what Milo here has to say, especially of the one responsible for his demise. As her eyes flick over towards Milo, who I assume is like sipping on a wine or something.
Yeah, I would assume so. And kind of just watching over all my guests kind of enjoy the meal.
Talos is occasionally going to make his rounds around the table, making sure if anyone else's refreshments need refilling.
You're very astute with keeping up with everyone, and I'll have kind of all of you give me a performance check to see just like how well you're doing at your task and duties.
Oh God.
I'm going to use my second lucky roll.
Oh God. Are you kidding?
Might as well use my third one.
It's a 3.
Much better.
There we go. Yeah, Dain, that 13 makes about sense for you. You're a little more gruff for being a dwarf, and like you're doing an adequate job.
I'm very rusty.
Yeah, it's been a while since you've been like at a soiree like this.
Out of setting, yes.
Meanwhile, Talos, you're through 21 there. Like you have a few times where you're starting to hiccup up a little bit as you're a little rusty as well, but your old previous training kicks in just in time, and like you do your absolute best at this. And Soren, like you're doing a really good job as well, like tending to people's needs, and it's mostly your nerves that are keeping you locked in right now as you're just all like, And Milo, you're absolutely just killing it just at the head of the table. Like, you are putting on, like, such an air of authority and, like, magnificence that, like, you look like you've been doing this your whole life. As eventually the sound of the dinner starts to die down a little bit, and Milo, you get the sense of a natural, like, conclusion to the meal. There's still a couple piecing a bit. A few have finished up, but you know about it's about the right time to begin as you eye a glass at your side of the table.
Milo's gonna take the glass and a piece of silverware and kind of knock the silverware on the glass to kind of get everyone's attention.
Ding, 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 ding. As everyone kind of stops chattering and Snacks stops eyeing Soren, and she turns her gaze to you.
Now, the time. I guess that is enough pleasantries for right now. Now, what we all are gathered here for. I have found the one who killed the Baron. However,
murmuring starts.
It's a bit of a story, so if you will indulge me, please allow me to tell it. Garrett, can you please come out? As Milo kind of turns his head to his right, I'm assuming which is where the doorway is for the dining room. Since I'm assuming Milo would have been at the northern end of the dining room.
Yes. To your right would be kind of like a way outside towards the fountain, and as you kind of look over that way, you watch us coming around the corner from the fountain. He steps out, and like a number of the people, like especially those that know you, the ones that you met, kind of stand up with surprise. They're like, "Oh, what the?" As some murmuring starts among the tables, like, "Another Milo? An imposter? A doppelganger?" Their eyes kind of flick between you and him.
Now, Garrett here is my son. He came to Antiva about a month ago, I want to say. He did work for the Baron as a bodyguard. And yes, unfortunately he was the one to do it. However, not on his own free will.
There's a couple glares that go over to him, particularly from the Reaper, as like her Burfrau, as she stares hot daggers at him.
As Milo will kind of stand up. Now please, if all of you will follow me back out to the main hall.
As Riley Mar, the Reaper, will kind of look at you and go, "This is all quite fantastical, darling. And what proof do you have that he was the one that... Like, why wouldn't you just come out and say that he was the one that did it while he still draws breath?"
Because as I said, he did not do it on his own free will. If you would follow me, I can explain everything.
Persuasion check.
34.
Good lord. Killing it with those rolls.
And does he get a +2 from both me and Dain for being...
That's a saving throw.
Yeah, saving throw, okay. Damn it. That'd be nice if he did.
Honestly, with a 34, I don't think I even need it.
You know, all of them kind of mutter to themselves, and like they all slowly get up from their tables as... let's see... Yeah, as Hotshot kind of looks and goes... This had better be good. As Nadia, the witch, will kind of look and go, Pardon me, intrigued. As Snacks will kind of like take another bite of food and goes, Honestly, I'm just here for the good times.
Talos will nod at Milo and go in to make sure into the other room to make sure everything's ready.
Milo's will kind of put his hand out and kind of just ease you down, kind of just tell you to wait. Be ready for anything, but just wait here.
As Machete will kind of look across the table and go, Now look here, mates. I've already told a few of you, and of course, I'll say it again. I trust this man here with my life. You see, I honestly, look at Milo, I'm just as shocked as any of these. See, him there, that is definitely the man that attacked me. Although he looks a little bit differently, his eyes are a little softer than it was before. Might have been the shadow of the night or whatnot, but I will say, he has spitting image of you. And I will say to the rest of you, as he kind of holds his hands over to the rest of them, he found me on death's door, and he and his mates here, they did heal me back up. So, I'm willing to hear him out. There's definitely something weird going on here, see, but he's not currently attacking any of us, so I'm assuming that everything is, everything's going alright, right? Right. Kind of coming across the table, Scarface looks at him and goes,
And why should we trust anything that you say, You're a sleazy man. Smuggling things onto the island and back. I mean, what reason do we have to even trust your word? What if this is all some great big setup,
Let's go ahead.
Scarface, let me ask you this. From our interaction together, and on the character that you saw, have I done anything to dissuade you in not at least hearing me out? That perception, goddammit. There's too many P or skill rolls.
That there are.
Also the eyes as well. Actually, all of them have a lot.
And she kind of looks at you and goes,
No, I suppose there hasn't. Very well, I will hear you out.
Now please, if all of you will follow me into the main hall, as Milo kind of extends his hand over into that direction.
they'll kind of mutter to themselves, but they all stand from their chairs and begin to follow you out.
Milo's gonna actually wait for everyone to go out first, and then as he passes Soren, he's going to whisper to him, make sure Jonathan is here.
Soren's go look for Jonathan.
Alright, do an investigation check. Or perception check of your choice. Yeah, as you look around, like, upon initial scan, you don't see him around at all. As everyone goes out, like, at the very other end of the foyer, all the other goons, one other, just kind of sitting on some chairs or benches and just, like, leaning against the wall. They kind of eye the whole group that is gathered up on the other side, or kind of eyeing curiously. As Nadia kind of takes a look at this area and goes,
Yeah, I thought this place was darling, but this part is an absolute wreck. Your rug is absolutely disarrayed, your stone is stained. My, I would have thought you would have taken better care of this place.
I would have, if I didn't need the evidence here.
Evidence? Oh wait, what evidence? Like, evidence that you don't keep a lively place? That don't bother me none. You should see some of me warehouses.
I have.
Ah, that's right.
As Milo's gonna walk over to the wall where Dain mounted the plaque.
Dain's gonna be stood next to it as well.
Now, Garrett here, my son, he came into possession of an amulet, which was cursed in nature. It controlled his mind and gave him a bloodlust that he could not control. And inside of it was this, as Milo takes down the bedsheet covering the Aboleth head.
As you do, everyone just kind of takes a step back, and there's some like slight screams and like, what in the nine hells is that?
This here was an Aboleth.
Alright, how many checks do I need to make here? 1, 2, 3,
So,
like 8 or 9.
5,
has enough
6.
time passed for me to check again where Jonathan is?
Sure.
Oh my god.
Thank God.
Yeah. As you are kind of in this foyer looking about, you get a weird itching in the back of your neck, and you look up at the second floor, and way up, kind of in the rafters, you see in the shadows the eyes of an individual looking down upon the rest of you. And as you kind of lock eyes with him, he kind of squints and gives you a nod.
Or it's gonna creep over to Milo and whisper to him. He's here. Upstairs.
Thank you, Soren.
And yeah, 2 of them have actually heard of it, but they don't really know anything about it. The rest of them are just like, oh. I'd say it would be, looks like it's Nadia and the Reaper that are familiar with this, like, I've heard of an Aboleth. Why is it so tentacly?
I gotta say, that thing, I've never seen anything like that. It's got so many teeth. Look, it's got more teeth than me.
Yeah, she kind of opens up her mouth, and you see a bunch of like sharp teeth.
Greyhound vibes right there.
You watch suddenly as the top part of her dentures falls out, and she stuffs it back in.
Definitely greyhound vibes right there.
As the Reaper, Riley, she kind of looks at it and goes, You're saying that this monstrosity, this Aboleth, is responsible for forcing your son to kill the Baron?
Yes, that is correct. Not necessarily the Aboleth, but the deity that the Aboleth worshipped.
Milo, this is all so fantastical. You must understand that. This
I
is beyond comprehension.
Hey, Tim.
Yes.
How old are some of these characters?
Let's see here. Most of them are at least over the age of 40. A couple of them, like the elves are like over 100 years. The dwarf is over 200 years.
So your dwarf there, the one that is she the one that recognizes the name Aboleth?
Yes, she's one of the. She and the elf that is 169 years old. Those two recognize the name. They've heard of Aboleth, but they don't know much about them at all. They just know at least a little bit about them.
Give me 1 second to seduce.
Yeah. As Machete will go. I gotta say, I definitely did not see this thing when I was getting ripped up in that warehouse. This looks right terrifying, if I do say so myself. Just absolutely bloody terrifying. And he looks at you, Milo, and goes, honestly, I don't even know how you managed to survive against this thing.
I am a man of many talents. What can I say?
This hotshot kind of goes up and looks at it, and she goes, I don't know. I bet a little bit of oil and fire would have been all I needed to get rid of this thing. It doesn't look that tough.
Let me ask you this, hotshot. Have you ever had your mind controlled before?
Me have my mind controlled? Don't be ridiculous. That could never happen.
And that's what I thought as well. But yet this thing did it. To both me and Garrett.
Yeah, He kind of stands there, scratches the back of his
I kind of off to the side. I make a grave nod, like of agreement with to basically emphasize that yes, what he said, like I was like as a witness, like Tim, like
today, Junior.
Yeah, this thing. I don't have a lot of memories from when it was bonded with me, but I would constantly hear its voice at the back of my head. It would help direct some of my thinking. Stuff that seemed like a bad idea, when it spoke to me about it, it seemed like a good idea. And there were times that I blacked out. I would be asleep, and then I'd wake up with blood on my clothes and my blade having been used. I never knew exactly what happened, and I was hunting for the killer, but I never realized that the killer was me. And tell me, darling, this thing that controlled you. You said that, Milo, that it had some sort of higher being that it was following. Like, what are we talking about? Are we talking about Bull? Are we talking about a god that clearly of murder? I mean, what sort of thing would this monstrosity worship? Honestly, I'm not really sure. I'm doing a history check there, Milo.
Yeah.
So, you remember, like, Dain, you don't remember so well the name, but you definitely remember the water temple that you got this from. Milo?
Once, give me a sec, my things are reloading with them.
Milo, you know that, essentially, that temple, the water temple that you were at, was dedicated to some sort of a deep thing known only as Dagon.
This Aboleth here worshipped a being called Dagon.
What does the Maya roll equal out to?
20? Yeah, you were there as well, so you also remember just kind of like, you had like bad shivers and just bad vibes in general from this monstrosity of temple that you had been to. In this weird thing known as Dagon that supposedly this temple was dedicated to. You know that it is some sort of ancient being.
I can concur with Lord Milo here. The temple that the amulet was found was in bed to a god, some being called Dagon. Some creature or being of deep and darkness of the seas, I'm guessing.
As you mention all this, you actually see as the Reaper, she kind of takes a step back and looks horrified a little bit as she goes, Dagon.
You know this name?
For a long time ago, only in passing more or less, but all I knew is that it was a terrible being.
So then surely he must know what he was capable of.
I don't know exactly what he was capable of, no, but I do know just from the hearsay and the passing stories of what I remember from when I was a wee lass. You were certainly not one to contend with.
She kind of looks at the rest of them all.
This is true. I suppose we are all lucky that we did not fall victim to this thing.
I'm guessing you all noticed that around the area,
Talos.
There's very...
As Milo gives you a stern look to let him talk.
So I was just nods and takes a slight step back.
Scarface kind of looks at you and gives you a nod of admiration, an eye of admiration there. It's like, okay. And so does the witch as she's like,
Yes, putting your servants in his place. I like that.
Now, one of the Aboleth's powers was that it could make water sources within, I believe, a square mile of where its lair is contaminated. Now, if we look out that window, as Milo kind of points outside towards one of his fountains, the water out there is contaminated. And I'm sure all of you, as you were walking up here, could not see anyone for a mile.
Yeah! I thought that was weird! I was looking to see if I could get some potential customers, and there was like no one around!
As right next to her, Hotshot just kind of puts a finger in her ear, scrubs a little bit. Like, yes, thank you, Snacks. Very astute observation.
I thought so too!
He takes a couple steps away from her.
Just basically sitting there. You're welcome!
As Machete kind of looks at you and goes,
So, what you're saying, mate, is that if we try to drink any of the water around here, we end up, getting sick or dying or worse?
Potentially, I'm not sure. I haven't tried it myself, nor do I really want to, hence why we have been supplying water from a jug, rather than from the well.
I thought that water did like a unique taste of salt in it and grime. Don't usually get a whole lot of clean water around here in Antiva.
As Scarface will just kind of look and goes, yes, I will say that water was certainly tastier than I was expecting. The witch, Nadia, will kind of take a look and goes, okay, so we have contaminated water about, we have a head of an unfathomable horror right before us. And you claim that this thing was able to control the mind of your son into offering the most powerful individual within the entirety of the island, as well as several others, and almost offering off a few of our own heads of the families. Is that what I'm getting here?
Yes, that is correct. And as far-fetched as that sounds, it is true. Considering that once I did held the amulet that my son had at the time of these murders.
And do you still have this amulet?
All that remains of this amulet is this dust here, as Milo will kind of point to the spot where him and Soren kind of just curb stomp the shit out of it.
They a few of them walk over towards it, and it's like, well, that could be anything, honestly. But Machete actually gets down, and let me do a check on him, because he'll kind of go down and actually scrape up some of the black dust into his fingers and kind of stiff it.
Hey, that smells of salt water there, does. We're a little far from the sea for this smell to be picked up right here.
Well, you did say that if it was some sort of black coral. Can't say that I'm as familiar with the black coral, but corals do reside and are grown within the ocean. And this then, she kind of waves her hand over the stained ground and everything else. Does this have something to do with this Aboleth, or are you just a poor housekeeper?
No. That was from the Aboleth. One of its abilities, or something that it was able to do, was spew out this almost like slime that would corrode anything that it touched. Hence, the disheveledness of this area. Because this is where we fought it.
Disgusting. As you look over at the Aboleth's head, and Snacks is currently right up on the wall next to it, poking it with her finger.
What you see there, buddy?
She kind of looks down and she goes, "Oh, I'd like to see this Aboleth thing. It's quite interesting. I've never seen anything like it. Quite like I've never seen anything like you."
Thanks. Hey, Milo, what else do you have to say about this Aboleth?
Hey, Soren, I think, the chef could use some help cleaning the dining table if you would be so kind to help.
Milo gives you a look of thank God, thank you so much.
I hate to see you go, but do I like to see you go away?
Talos is keeping as much of a composure as he can.
As the rest of them all go like, "Okay, so..." As they all
Dain's just looking bored.
So the rest of the heads of the family kind of like group up around you and go, "So, you provided us here with a story. Quite fantastical enough as it is. Your son is responsible for the murders. And you're expecting us to just forgive him because he was being mind fugly-mugglied with by that thing, eh?"
Yes, that is correct. And do you really think myself and how close I was to the Baron would have forgiven him if he did this on his own free will? And do you really think I would go through the trouble of setting up this entire ploy to get him out of this?
They kind of mutter amongst themselves. One of them kind of goes, Hotshot kind of pipes up a little bit, goes, "That is quite incredible. And of course, many would do anything for family." As Nadia will kind of look and go like, "Please, family is expendable. You should have seen how much I sold my cousin for. She was quite the price. I'm sure that Milo here, he seems like a smart one. He would have easily used his son to drive him under the wagon wheel, as one would say, to save his own skin. But to go through all this trouble for one individual," she kind of like squints her eyes at you, "I would say it's quite remarkable." As Snack kind of looks and goes, "I believe him!"
Mel's gonna kind of take his Q-tip and kind of just wiggle it in his ear like, "Alright, Jesus Christ."
As the Reaper, she kind of walks directly up to Garrett and looks in him dead in the eyes as he kind of like leans his head back a little bit. As she like very much looks like almost as she's looking through him, and she very sternly goes, "Tell me, lad, do you remember killing the Baron?" As he stares at her, sweat kind of goes down his forehead a bit as he goes, "No, unfortunately I do not. When that happened, that was one of the first times that I blacked out. I don't remember it at all." Do you still take responsibility, even if you don't remember, of killing such a fine man? As As Garrett will kind of stern his face a little bit and then like steady himself, he goes, absolutely. I don't expect to be forgiven for what I've done, for all the people killed while I was under his control. I myself can't forgive myself for it. All I can ask is that you understand that there was nothing I could do. And that, truly and deeply, I am sorry. I am sorry for what I've done. Give me a perception check there, Milo. Ooh, yeah, your keen eye catches this. Like, she had a good roll for that, but you see that there's a bit of a small tear at the corner of the Reaper's eye.
Mal's gonna kind of walk over and rest his hand on her shoulder.
She kind of turns to the rest of the heads. Don't know about the rest of you, but I believe him. She kind of turns back to him. And you're right, I don't believe I could ever forgive you for that. But I can see that you have yourself a very pained heart. I can feel your agony within you. I'll be satisfied knowing that you'll spend the rest of your days with the pain of what you've done haunting you at your every step. She kind of steps back away. As all of them kind of look at each other and kind of start mumbling amongst each other, Machete goes, "Alright, mate, so, tell me. I think that you might have got to the point across of exactly what happened to the band. Mystery solved. Looks as if none of us, you didn't point out any fingers to the rest of us, which I say is a lot on your character. You could have tried pinning this on anyone, but instead you tried to pin it on your own family. I gotta say that speaks volumes for me. So then, what does this put you in all this then? As clearly we all have ourselves our own families and our own positions within Antiva. And you told me that you yourself were taking up the position of the Baron, eh?
That is correct. I would be honored if the rest of the heads of the family would allow me that honor. After all the squabbling that the rest of you have had, I still have brought you all here to show you the truth.
Landing right next to you from the ceiling, a cloaked individual goes down superhero pose and then rises up slowly as the rest of them just as they look at him.
This here is Jonathan, the head assassin for the Baron.
A few mutter as one goes looks at him and goes, yes, that is him. It's Snacks kind of looks over at him and goes, "Oh, hello again."
Oh, Jesus Christ.
As Jonathan kind of looks at it and goes, "Hi, Snacks."
Jonathan, we need to have a discussion after this, but neither here nor there.
I speak on behalf of the rest of the Baron's men when I say that we have voted and chosen Milo here to lead our family. And on behalf of our group, we ask that you recognize his authority. As they all kind of look at each other and mutter to themselves. I believe that you yourself, you were able to sniff out and find the murderer of this, and not only that, but survive it as well. I'd say that makes you pretty clever in my eyes. Hotshot kind of steps up next and goes,
Yes, I will say you were quite persuasive in the way you've been bringing about the story and what you've done. Especially if you managed to convince Jonathan of something. That certainly speaks for something. As the Reaper steps forward and goes, "Ye and the Baron had quite a rapport, for what I understand, before all this. The Baron was sure to trust anyone, but for some reason he trusted ye. So much so that he mistaken your son for ye and trusted him to guard him, despite what ended up happening. You were right in the Baron's eyes. And thus far, you've been fair to me." And Scarface will kind of, like, step forward as well. "I've seen how you handle others, your servants and other men. I must say, you remind me a lot of the Baron himself, from what few dealings I had with him. Perhaps you would be a suitable replacement." Nadia kind of steps up next. "I suppose you could do, so long as, of course, your ideas of business doesn't interfere with the rest of us. You'll say business was rolling around quite nicely before the Baron's sudden demise. Tell me, are you planning on making any big changes if you were to take his spot?"
No big changes. However, what I do want is wealth to be flowing within the city once again, more so than it was underneath the Baron's rule.
Everyone's eyes kind of like squint a little bit, a few eyebrows raise as some of them kind of look about as they seem to be generally like approval of they're approving of that. And Snacks kind of steps forward and goes,
"Can you promise safety and security for my girls and men? They work hard to please the city."
Yeah, I can, Snacks. Can you, like, step over there, please? It's kind of awkward turning my head to the right after looking at the rest of the group.
"Sure!"
and she takes a few steps back.
Thanks.
"Well, if you're going to make sure that my girls and boys are taken care of, I approve."
As Nadia kind of looks and goes, "And of course, you know my business. Any objections there?"
Considering that I had a couple, not of yours, but some of my own working for me, I have no objections.
She kind of slyly smiles a little bit. "And I do believe that we might work quite well as partners." As Scarface will kind of look and go, "I've already got that order coming in for you. I must say it was a little difficult to find the connections, but I found it. And if you have as interesting of a business request as that, well, I must say that you're going to make this quite fun."
And as I just said, what I want is for wealth to be flowing within the city, more so than before. If that gesture hasn't proven otherwise, I don't know what will.
Hotshot takes a puff of her cigarette. "Well, so, what would you have of me, the Reaper, and Machete then? Machete is a smuggler. I handle the
general goods, while the Reaper, she handles the more expensive things. Each of us, of course, I must say that I provide the most valuable service, being the general. When Machete goes, oi, I gotta say that my form of business is rather, of course, important. Aye. He's kind of holds his hands up like, I have to smuggle some pretty decent things around here. As the Reaper goes, please, darling. Clearly, what I offer is of the highest caliber. As the three of them just kind of look at you.
Within the upcoming days, I do wish to settle an agreement between the three of you, so all of you may prosper.
They all kind of nod a little bit as Machete goes, hey, Alright, if you can perhaps make some of the, well, what kind of connections do you have outside of Antiva, eh?
What kind of connections do I have to Antiva?
Out of Antiva, like to the mainland, Sturma, what is it called? Dundras, eh? Dundras is close by.
Have you ever heard... Actually, Machete, have you done your research? Like I asked you to do?
Aye, of course you did. You have yourself that Comet's landing, aye? And for riders, some of my boys are telling me, you got your... there's a few copycats around some of the other parts of the ports. Well, Raven's Crest, Port Montaigne, that weird new desert place.
Antarctica.
Yeah, that's the one. They said that there's been a bunch of copycats popping up with that name of yours. Unless, of course, he kind of wags his eyebrows at you.
Those are no copycats, I assure you.
And like some mumbling goes around. He's like, "Oh, you got yourself what's about? If that's the truth, then 6 or 7 connection points within Dundras, then, eh?"
That is correct, yes.
A lot more loud murmuring from the rest of them as all of them just kind of like, So then, with these here connections to all these other parts, you probably might have some connections and authority to make an old smuggler like me have a easier time getting and producing goods, wouldn't you? And perhaps maybe someone who procures goods might have an easier and say cheaper time getting things through the port.
Yes, and possibly ways where we can forego the port altogether.
Well, you got me liking that, aye. As Hotshot will kind of go, forego the port. That's a little bit past what I usually do, but I will say that if you do have these connections to the port, and perhaps some of the... we could discuss more details later, but I do have to deal with some hefty taxes from these ports.
And if we can forego the ports, no more taxes. At least, not as much.
You have my interest. As the Reaper will kind of like nod her head and kind of fold her arms and goes, hey, let's be a lot of locations that you have there, Milo. And all you got to say, more locations means more eyes and ears on the ground that might be able to find and transport some of the higher quality goods.
Not just the higher goods, all of the goods.
As they all kind of discuss amongst each other. As the Reaper kind of takes a look at you and goes, well then, as we all seem to be discussing it, I say that honor among thieves here. Let's put this to a vote. All those in favour of anointing him as the head and recognizing him as the head of the family and therefore the new Baron. Say aye and raise your hand.
And you watch as one by one, Machete, he's the first one, of course, as he holds up and goes, "Oi, here! Oi! He's gonna leave it!" Hotshot just kind of rolls her eyes and raises up her hand just slightly, goes, "Aye." Next, Snaska, like, puts both her hands out and goes, "Aye! Give me a double aye!" Scarface goes, "I'd like to see where this goes. Aye." And the Reaper takes a look over at Nadia as Nadia goes, I suppose." And before she, Reaper herself looks at you, raises her hands, and goes, "Aye. If there be any one that could succeed where the Baron had left off, I believe it be you." As they all the room falls silent as they all kind of look at each other, and Reaper looks and goes, "Very well then. If you believe that you yourself can handle it, well, I suppose we'll have to see how you perform in the coming weeks then, Baron." She kind of gives you a slight smile, and the other heads of the family kind of give you some claps, and it gets louder as the guardian on the side just kind of perk up like, "Oh!"
Miles gonna look over to Dain and Talos, be like, "What the fuck, guys? You're not clapping for me?"
You hear a pop from Dain as he just takes out one of the really nice quality bottles and just pops the cork off.
That'll do.
Hey, sure sail this then with a drink.
Hey, Talos, would you be so kind to fetch some glasses for us?
Talos nods and goes and grabs some more glasses.
As the Reaper kind of sniffs the air a little bit and goes, "Darling, is that Black Spire Reserve?"
Aye, that it is. From your own family.
She kind of cocks an eye a little bit and looks at you and goes, "You never mentioned you're a Black Spire." "I should have known by the blackness of your beard and hair of yours. You certainly are a splitting image of a Black Spire."
Hey, well, this, belt definitely helps with keeping the old beard nice and trim, but, aye. Hey, but more about that later. This is Milo's turn to, bask.
"Aye, most certainly. Although you might be pleased to know that, I've had some business dealings with some of your family."
Aye. We'll definitely have to have a chat about that later.
As Talos brings out the glasses and you proceed to pour out the Black Spire Reserve, everyone proceeds to take a glass and toast to Milo as the Reaper will kind of look at you and goes, "Here's to the Baron. May the gold flow through Antiva as a river flows to the land." As everyone goes, "To the Baron!"
As Milo will take a slight bow while holding his glass up.
Hey, to the Baron.
To the Baron.
As Jonathan holds up his glass, "To the Baron."
And then the Baron walks in, wondering who the new Baron is.
And so the next hour passes as everyone kind of chats. You see that some of the heads of the family are getting kind of cozier with each other. Some of them are definitely avoiding others, but between the drink, the nice food, and the atmosphere, the rapport definitely seems to be better than it was when they initially came in. and eventually, one by one, they all leave, each paying their respects to you before they go. A bow, a handshake here and there, until at long last, the Reaper is left as she's at the door and looking at you. Well, Baron, must say, you certainly pulled in on your word.
I try my hardest to be a man of my word. Otherwise, as you said, there's no honor amongst thieves.
Truth there. She looks at the head of the Aboleth at the end of the room. Be sure to make sure that that thing gets mocked and spit upon by any and all who witness it for me.
I can do that. Though I do have to ask, what do you know about Dagon?
Unfortunately, not as much as I wish. As I said, as a wee lass, travelling through the seas and getting started upon my my business, there were a few way back in those younger days of mine where a few cults would sack a few ships here and there, some of them in the name of this here Dagon. All I knew is that it was certainly not a nice being, especially if its cult members acted the way they did. Whatever it was certainly could not be much nicer.
Isn't that the truth? As Milo will take a sip from the last little bit of the reserve that's in his glass.
Certainly going to be interesting working with you for the next few weeks. But tell me, I can tell an adventure is at heart. You don't plan on sticking around for long, do you?
I know you're gonna have mixed feelings about this. However, I do plan on making my son here my second in hand.
She kind of raises an eyebrow and looks over at him.
He does have a good heart, deep down. But under the control of that amulet, it's hard to resist its control.
I suppose that's true. So then, if he is your second in command, you plan on then, if you go out on a trip or something, he sticks around to cover for you?
That is correct, yes. And still have contact with me in case anything happens.
Quite smart of you. I hope you're not planning on leaving anytime soon, though. After all, with all this disheveling of the Baron's death and appointing a new Baron, well, it would look quite nice if you were to suddenly disappear, eh?
No, I do plan on sticking around for a while, though I don't think my compatriots will be too happy with that, but in time they'll come to understand.
Very well. I'll leave you to that business then. I shall return to mine and the coming days, we'll get to working and ensure that we'll ensure that the gold begins to flow as you so claim it would. A good night, Milo, or should I say, a good night, Baron.
Thank you. Good night to you as well. We'll be in touch.
She gives a slight bow of her head as she leaves and takes off into the night.
As soon as the Reaper leaves, Milo's gonna let out a deep sigh.
Lure pops his hat out. He goes, "Well, sir, did it go according to plan?"
Surprisingly, yes.
As he kind of just breathes and puts his hand on his chest. Oh, you have no idea how nervous I was. All the heads of the
How
crime
do you
families-
think I felt?
I can imagine so. Oh, truth be told, I thought we'd all end up dead in this manner.
Well, can I just give a look to Lori, be like, thanks, I really needed to hear that right now.
Dain's gonna go out and find Milo and sort of like clap him on the shoulder. Hey, congratulations, Baron.
Hi, thank you.
You did good out there, Milo. You happy with the way things turned out?
Well, considering that I'm not 6 feet under by now, can't complain.
Hey, that goes for the rest of us as well.
You, seen Garrett? I haven't seen him since, right before we poured the drinks.
No, I haven't seen him. If anything, I'd say it probably is either hiding somewhere else in the manor, or he's gone off with Soren for a second. You know how Soren likes his brewing, and Garrett calms him down.
Yeah, that's true. Well, thank you for your help tonight. Oh, go ahead.
Hey, no problem. I was gonna say, I hope you don't mind. We slightly might have raided the wine cellar to procure the wine for this evening.
I mean, if we weren't gonna use it tonight, when the fuck am I ever gonna use it? Let's be real.
Hey, well, I know it's not exactly heavy into the wine. Ale, on the other hand, but I didn't see any of that down there.
Damn.
Well,
I'll have to have Soren to brew some up for me.
Hey.
Special request.
Soren's gonna be behind you.
I accept the challenge.
Jesus Christ!
Oh, hi, Soren. That's where you went off to.
Soren has crazed eyes and now is immediately just taking out his brewer's kit right in there.
Soren, I thought you were gonna go see Snacks. Go say hi.
Soren just immediately phrases,
"Is she here?"
She's in one of the guest rooms waiting for you.
Oh, thanks, but I got something else to do. I got brewing to do, yeah.
Soren immediately just runs out of the room.
Soren, she's not here, don't worry.
Oh, thank darling. Alright.
Hey.
Let me get back to brewing anyways.
How close am I to making that?
Roll me a D100.
Now, would I be able to, if it doesn't make this, would I be able to pull this towards my next roll if I were to try and do another roll instead?
I don't know. Like, you'll have to focus on the rest of the evening to try and produce this. Let's see. As you kind of take a few hours while Lure and the rest of the party kind of cleans up and settles all their nerves, you produce a very kind of almost a saltwater smelling kind of brandy.
Do I know what this is?
History check? Not a clue. All you know is some kind of brandy.
Do I know what it is?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, yes, you do.
Yeah. You've actually seen some of this, and you can just immediately tell that this is kind of a very quick, whipped-up version, and not nearly as potent as one that's called Brandis's Brandy. You know that it's a brandy named after a famous pirate captain. Traditionally, it is cut with seawater, and its barrel is aged is submerged in seawater for at least a year before it is served to patrons. But clearly, as this was just produced in an evening, it's not nearly as potent and as flavorful, but you know that it should still at least taste quite nicely.
And I kind of relay the information, but then deciding, like, I don't really know how you ended to make this. Like, I mean, I guess apart from the Aboleth being here, there's no seawater nearby. But, if it works, it works.
So you can basically kind of consider it like a decent tasting, but like a cheap brandy, basically.
Yeah.
Now, would I be able to build it towards making that the Black Spire?
You wanted to make it more of a Black Spire reserve?
Yes.
Remind me again, Dain, what the Black Spire Reserve was supposed to be based off of?
That was definitely a Justin thing, but I can look at the drinks tab. Bam, 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 standing by. Where is it? Yes. It just says it's a bold, smoky, and slightly sweet with a whiskey base, providing a rich and complex flavor. Blackberry liqueur adds a fruity twist that complements the whiskey, while the honey syrup and lemon juice help balance out the bitterness of the alcohol. The aromatic bitters add a subtle layer of complexity and depth to the drink, making it a sophisticated option for a night out.
So, essentially whiskey. And whiskey and brandy are two different types of liquor, right?
In a way, yes. They're kind of similar, but they are different. So, unfortunate.
Yeah, because it's definitely got a whiskey. It's more of a whiskey, so... And you made brandy.
Yeah, whiskey is from grains, brandy is from fermented fruit.
Yeah, and so as all of you, Jonathan, like Garrett, Soren, Talos, Milo, Dain, you all are kind of sitting about the table, eating up some of the leftovers and drinking this brandy. You all have the evening to wrap up as Jonathan kind of looks at you and goes, "Fine work, boss. Seems that our luck might finally be turning up a bit."
About time.
No kidding. So then, you and the boy are sticking around to get things settled up then.
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me. Lads, with this new transition, I'll be sticking around Antiva for a while. But don't worry, I'll find a good replacement for you guys. At least for while I'm away.
Well, I actually plan on staying. Myself. I gotta hold on the fort until my brother gets here.
Garrett kind of looks over at you and goes, "It'd be nice to have you around again."
Malachi just looks at Gary and be like, "The fuck?"
Well, you too, but come on. He kind of holds his hand over to like Soren. It's like, technically, I've kind of known him longer.
It's got a point there, Milo. Essentially, you had
Fair
a
enough.
father figure for a while.
Hey,
Dain's,
don't go there.
Dain's just grinning in the background.
Alright, Dain, I'll make sure the Reaper knows that we offed you.
Oh, that's just mean.
Oh, and you think making that joke about me being an absent father isn't?
As Garrett kind of scratches his head and go, well then, you two are staying here. What are you guys going to be doing? As he looks over at Dain and Talos.
Well, we're probably gonna charter a ship and head back to the mainland. Gotta catch up with our friend Dallin and find his brother, and then probably end up finding our lovely lychee friend Maldraxxus.
Where are you guys going to? Port Lamontagne?
Hey, most likely. I mean, that's kind of the only... Well, seeing as, I mean, the last that we knew of Dallin, he was going up to another cool, but not sure if he's actually made it yet.
Don't take a ship. If you're willing to wait a day, we, might have some new way of transportation to Port Lamontagne.
Oh? What have you been, is this perhaps dealing with, whatever you were doing earlier today?
I was gonna take a sip of his brandy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, fair enough. And all I know is he would have gone for most of the day, so either way. But it would be nice to actually head back that's not by ship. Curious to see how that's gonna go though. As far as I'm aware, there's no teleportation towers over in Antiva yet.
No, not quite that fast, but it's definitely faster than ship.
Hey.
And even Garrett's kind of looking curiously at you. That sounds quite fantastical, honestly. But,
just wait until you're on board. As Milo gives a cheeky grin.
Hopefully that won't be for a while for me. I mean, I gotta say that I do quite like this island. It's definitely felt more like home than anything else has for a long time.
I mean, after what we talked about the other day, I hope you don't leave anytime soon. You have an island to run while I'm not here.
Hey.
Sure, take care of my responsibilities, boy.
He's got an entire island to run when Milo's not here.
Yeah, no pressure there. As he takes his cup and just.
You'll do fine at it.
Plus, if you ever need anything while I'm away, we should be working on getting some settings done, so you're always in contact with me.
Yeah, that'll certainly be handy.
I will say, it'll be nice to leave without you dying this time, and knowing that you're actually going to be coming back.
I'll kind of pass Garrett a dagger underneath the table.
He'll take it, like, he'll take hold of it, sleight of hand wise, and just kind of, like, give you, like, a cocked eye, like, huh?
I was gonna kind of chuckle to himself.
So what's first up on your agenda there, Baron?
First, probably deal with the confrontation that both, well, the Reaper, Machete, and Hotshot has, as the three of them are kind of at each other's necks. Not quite at their necks, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Hey, there did sense a little bit of tension tonight.
Yeah, just a wee bit.
Berno has had his hands full with 3 of them as well. The 3, while having similar enough businesses. Clearly, their ideas about how things should be run in that regard are obviously different. They'll certainly keep your hands full, boss.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
So, as you all kind of have things died down for the night, were you all going to stay at the Manor, or were you going to head back to Comet's Landing?
Yeah, since we're here, and I'm assuming it's pretty late already, I'll offer the rooms to the rest of the party for the Manor.
Soren's gonna go back to Comet to, you literally just said it, why am I blanking?
Comet's Landing.
Yeah, Comet's Landing.
And Lure will also go back, as he's got to make sure that the business is doing all right in his absence. Garrett will opt to stay at the Manor.
Lure, one thing before you leave. Can you check on the progress of those sending stones that I asked about?
Yes, I did put in a commission for... I was going to say gentlemen, but some of the guys that set up shop next door in Comet's Landing, in the market, the mini market, they claimed that they would be able to get the number that we needed at a favorable price, but I'll definitely check with them when I get back.
I appreciate it. I'll be sure to stop by tomorrow as well.
He kind of gives a nod and goes on his way.
Speaking of the market, I wonder if Grimblefitz is still in operation down there.
If who is?
Hey, the guy who we did that battle thing between the 4 of us. Well.
Oh.
I was thinking if he's still there, might see if he wants to set up shop or maybe a smaller version over at Starfall. Gonna help train the guards a bit.
Not a bad idea. Might take some convincing though. Don't think you'd make as much money over there, especially if it's to train guards.
Hey, no, that's fair.
So is Talos and Dain staying at the Manor?
Yes.
Alright. So, as you all kind of split off, and you refresh yourself and go to bed for the night, you all will benefit from a long rest.
Great.
As we're going to go ahead and take a quick bathroom break here. Be right back.
Sounds good. Be right back. the error.
Hated. The only game that I had, or the 2 games that I have modded that went smoothly have been Lethal Company and RimWorld. Other than that, it's always been a fucking headache.
RimWorld is at least easy.
I mean, like, it was
Yeah.
working well at first when we were doing Halo, but then all of a sudden it just crapped on you.
He's like, yeah, I'm gonna stop now, thanks.
I'm like looking back at my laptop screen every so often, make sure I'm muted.
Are you muted?
Yes, I am.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I am.
Have we all made it back?
There is a Dain, a Talos, a Milo, and a Soren.
You hear Shax?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Sounds like we are all back then. Alright, so.
You sure about that?
What happens next is we're going to have a bit of a kind of a couple day time, like forwarding, if you will. Gonna skip ahead a couple days. What would each of the party members be doing on the next couple of days?
What was it? I'd say Dain would be helping out around the tavern plus the manor when, like, if the group is up there. Apart from that, I'd be trying to get Milo to basically almost set up a what was it? Like a slight meeting with the Reaper, just so we can chat about what we were continuing the other night.
Very good. And then, Soren?
I'm sorry, what's up?
What would you be doing in the course of 2 days?
Soren's gonna be helping take care of the bar, the tavern. He's basically just another employee at this point for now.
Gotcha. And Shax? Shax, you there?
He was here.
He was. Must have had to step away for a moment. And obviously, Milo, you know what you'd be doing.
Yeah, I would probably first be dealing with Reaper, Hotshot, and Machete.
Yes. It will definitely take longer than just a couple days, but I will say in between you working on it, you'll get like a kind of a message from the conductor indicating that you felt some vibrating on the sending stone, and upon handing it to you, you would have gotten a message from Strataba saying that he would have been at one point halfway through, but there were some things that jumped out and took out some of his men that, as they were transporting themselves across, and so the crossing isn't nearly as safe as he'd hoped, but was hoping that perhaps another passes through may clear it up. But essentially, you get the gist that perhaps just Talos and Dain going on their own may not be safe enough, so you start looking out for... You start looking out for an individual that perhaps could accompany them for not only safe passage, but perhaps a little bit of profit as well.
Okay.
And then, Shax, are you back?
Hey, did anybody else's Discord just crash?
No.
Nope, just you.
Nope. My Discord completely crashed. It kicked me fully out. And...
Dang. Well, what would Shax be doing over the next couple days?
Combination of attempting to get some intel, like of what's been passing through. Because obviously with my first with his real mission and obviously the
You're breaking up real
Maldrax
bad.
contacts, which obviously that's going to be her. One sec. All right, how about now?
Oh, that's better.
Okay. Talos would definitely be trying to get as much info as he can for their real mission. Obviously, it'll be a lot harder for him with who he is, especially with information about Maldraxxus or possibly contacts or allies. But he'll be doing that as well as getting a few, like trying to see if he can find a few supplies and things that might assist.
I will say, on the 23rd, you will get a weird itch at the back of your neck as if someone is trying to look in on you. Would you allow it to happen, or would you fight it?
Talos would allow it, just to...
Okay.
So, he'd be cautious, but he'd allow it.
Yeah, as you allow it, and you automatically, like, you choose to fail your saving throw, you hear the voice that goes, Talos, I see that you're still within the tavern there. Are you all going to be heading back soon?
We should, hopefully soon. I believe Milo is finishing up his dealings while we were finishing getting acquiring more information on Maldraxxus's allies and in this region.
Concerning Maldraxxus, I've definitely learned a few things myself.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, what have you learned?
Well, as you know, there was supposed to be like a big meeting of his forces south of Duskwood.
Mm-hmm.
From what I understand, I'm told that a lot of his elites are going to be down there, as they're planning a big raid upon Duskwood itself.
Not good. I'll definitely have to contact the Paladin orders. I luckily should be able to send some kind of message to them.
Well, you and the others were planning on going down to Duskwood and then going down to investigate the rumors yourself, right?
True. Hopefully we can get there fast enough, but it'd be nice to have a bit of backup.
Absolutely. The plan was still to go in with that seeming scroll and disguise yourselves, right? And then make your way and infiltrate, get information, and then leave, if I remember correctly.
Correct. Yes.
Alright, I'll check back in a few days, but just to see where you're at. It's probably going to take you a week or so to get back from boat, isn't it?
Possibly. Hopefully we make it in time.
I think I'm getting closer to finding Fradnir. Don't worry about me. I'll keep in touch, and I'll probably find you later when I can.
Very well. Stay safe, my friend.
And the message, telepathy will end there.
Talos is gonna quickly stop whatever, go off from whatever he's doing and find the others to inform them. Need to make preparations to leave soon.
I think we're almost done here. We're just waiting on whatever transportation Milo's got in mind.
Yes. And we don't have long. From the date, from the information he was able to send us, we don't have long, and it's going to be. And we definitely need to use the seeming scroll to be able to try to sneak in.
Hey, do you have that, or does Veris?
He gave it to one of you.
Oh. One sec. I've been hungry.
It could have been Talos, Dain, or Milo.
As Dain's asking, he wasn't the one to receive it.
And check it. One sec. Bag of holding.
have been Milo.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Milo.
It was, but I'm just trying to wait until someone else would say it.
Yeah, because
Milo's not
seeing
out there right now.
Yeah, because I'm not seeing anything in any of my notes, so...
Hey, well, if you don't have it, and I don't have it, then Milo probably has it.
Very likely.
Hey. Well, we should probably keep that in mind next time we see him. Definitely gonna need that before we leave. In the meantime, though, we should probably go get supplies ready.
Agreed, and as well as something to assist just in case our disguise is discovered. Especially since he said most of his elites are going to be there.
Well, I think we might have something in mind, as I'm just like gonna heft up my axe for a second. We could go the tried and true method of hit first, ask questions later.
Let's try the sneaky part first. Plus, don't you have something in that little flask of yours that might come in handy?
Aye, true. Not exactly how well I'm not sure how well it would fare on the land, though.
Well, it is a mimic. I'm certain that once it realizes it's not in the water, it'll probably shift itself. Talos suddenly gets like a flash in his head of a giant ship with spider legs, and just like a shiver runs down his spine.
I don't need another Charlie.
Anyway, we should definitely get some supplies and anything else that might assist us.
Aye, and I definitely want to go find that Scrimblefits guy as well to try and see about possibly getting something to help the Citadel.
Agreed.
Right. So, Soren continues to aid the tavern and whatnot. Milo continues to do his work. Dain, it's definitely not so hard until you find Scrimblefits, and he's got his stall as always. He's still running his arena game towards the black market. As you kind of come up and greet him, and as he once more kind of gives you his whole show, is like, "Welcome, come one, come all! Yes, you, sir, you look like you're ready to fight to the death, win prizes, win glory, yes!"
Not this time, Scrimblefits, but I appreciate the vigor.
Oh, you sure you don't want to go around? A simple wager of a couple pieces of gold and you're ready to go.
Hey, not this time. Tis a lovely battle of brotherhood, but unfortunately I cannot participate at this time. However, I'm curious. Have you ever thought about expanding this operation beyond Antiva?
He kind of like squints his eyes at you a little bit with a little sly smile. Just a moment, sir. Yes, I'll take this gold. All right. And now, all of you, eyes here as the fight begins! And you watch as the little figurines inside it just start to come to life as 4 individuals stand at the side of the table, like eyes closed, as they're all just like, and a bunch of people are just like, go, 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 as Scrimblefist kind of goes to the side and kind of hobbles up his little gnomish feet on top of a crate and puts his elbow on his knee and fist up to his head as he kind of looks at you and goes, "What you have in mind, sonny?"
Hey. Well, I was wondering if you'd perhaps like to have another one of these operations out on the mainland. We've got a place that us and a lot of other people frequent quite a lot, called Starfall Citadel. Could rather benefit from this lovely piece of work you have.
Quite.
Could use it for both. Could use it for both training purposes for our local Garret, but also at a little bit of a, get your monetary value as well from the locals trying it out. Get that sense of adventure in them.
Well, I'll tell you what, Sonny. That does intrigue me. That does sound like quite the thing. The Starfall Citadel of yours, how exactly strict is it on, let's say, laws and rules? Because, I'll tell you, there's several continents where my thing here is very much breaking a number of laws and rules. I mean, clearly, look where you're standing here, Sonny. Half the things that people do here are against any normal common law rule.
I can slightly see that just looking around the place. However, me and my companions, we kind of are the main proprietors of the place. Don't know if that would sway your answer a little bit.
You run the place, you say? Well, I'll tell you what, I got myself quite the standing here, quite the show in here, quite the fan base, you see. But, I got myself a cousin, another known live feller. I could get in contact with him. He's been looking at a means of getting himself a nice name for himself, and he hasn't had quite the luck at some of the ports and everything, trying to get his thing going.
Why? Well,
Can't guarantee nothing, though, mind you. But if you're guaranteeing like some good, solid business and some solid coin to be made, well, I could pass it along to him there. And clearly, I believe his particular showmanship style is going to be a little bit different than mine. But obviously, it's a bit of a family business, you see.
Hey, it's always best to keep stuff like this in the family.
So tell you what, give me your information, and I'll pass it along to him, and well, you can see if he shows up at some point.
Hey, I think I can do that. I'm gonna kind of spend time giving him the details of like where you can find Starfall and who to contact.
Take that down and promises to send that along to his family member, and so you might be able to have access to that at Starfall before too long.
Very nice.
And then, as for Shax, as you kind of go around as you hunt down information, there's almost no one that knows anything much about Mount Draxus at all. Anytime you do a name drop, they're all I don't know, don't care. So you're not really able to find much information about that in regards to that. And then when it comes to stuff about your family and everything else, oftentimes you might get a few people every once in a while that will mention about your uncle, your former uncle, but not knowing too much more about him other than he was kind of like a sleazy business dealer.
Yeah, nothing about allies that might be not
unfortunately that you're able to uncover here. And so finally on the 24th of Oleant, Milo has gathered up you and Dain at the tavern.
Evening, Milo.
Evening.
Any luck on your end, Dain?
got some slight word out. Possibly might have the game that Scrimblefitz plays here at Starfall at some point. He's sending his a family member down, and we'll have a chat about it then. But for right now, we can't really do much.
Better than I did. Didn't get any information.
My apologies.
A bit of it. The only small bits of information were the little bits about my uncle.
Hey.
Yeah, most of the information I was able to get is that he was a bad businessman. Very few people liked it.
Well, sorry to hear that. It's not exactly easy having a bad words said about your own family, even if they were distant and not exactly the most impressed upon.
Well, once we get back to the Citadel, I have some personal business to take care of, but first we must decide on how we're going to get back to the mainland. After all, we have to intercept that meeting.
Hey.
Yeah, I won't worry too much about that. Strahd should be here. Well, I name drop like you guys know him. A friend of mine should be coming within the next day.
No, so there's a ship?
Well, you know, Milo, that you're expecting him, like, this day, like, within the next, like, possible hour or minutes.
So, your friend has a ship we can take?
Something like that.
Oh, good. I'll make sure that we're all packed and ready.
Right. Also, who is this friend as well? I know you've had a couple people that you've chatted to, but is this someone that we've met before, or?
Well, is this one of your other
sit there, think about it for a second. No, you guys haven't quite met him before. Great guy, though.
Oh, he's one of your other contacts.
I mean, if it gets you back to Port Lamontagne faster than the ship, does it really matter who he is?
Talos kind of just shrugs at this point, like.
Come on, Talos, you know me. Would I ever do you anything wrong?
Talos just cocks his eyebrow at that.
So, as you know, you're expecting him soon, Milo. You instruct the two of them to get their gear together, and then as they have all their stuff, you're kind of in the kitchen area of the tavern. You're gonna guide them down.
Alright, lads, this way.
Milo, why are we going into the basement?
Do you want to get into Port Lamontagne faster, or you want to sit here and ask questions?
And I'll take going to Port Lamontagne faster, but I'm also going to ask questions.
And I'm not going to answer those questions. Anyway, this way.
Fine.
As you all enter kind of the basement, Garrett and Soren are down there as Garrett comes up and gives you both a hearty handshake, as he'll say. I want to thank you both for all that you've done for not only me, but for my dad as well.
Hope all the business goes well here and stay out of trouble. They kind of say out with a little chuckle at that.
I'll do my best. Soren?
Yeah.
Kind of nudges you, Soren.
Soren.
He's working on his coursework right now.
Ryan!
Oh wait, what's up?
There we go.
You're saying goodbye to Dain and Talos as they're about to head off.
So, good luck, all. Don't die. I'm not there to revive you.
Definitely interesting.
They wouldn't allow me to, but I'm not there to keep you alive. Be careful.
It's definitely an interesting adventure having you with us.
Hey.
Gonna beat you at drinking someday, Dain. I'm gonna let you know that.
I'd like to see you try.
I have been. I got you almost one time.
Hey, almost. Next time, maybe.
Safe travel. See you next time.
You as well.
Hey. You're a good man, Garrett. Same with your father as well, even though he's a little bit of a git at times.
I guess I'm just chopped liver, huh?
You may be small, but your strength and your heart is bigger than that of a giant.
Well, at least you're not getting insulted. Smile kind of just looks over at Dain.
I said you're a good man.
Dain, do you know who you're dealing with? You're dealing with the Baron of this island.
Hey! I know that. It's gonna give him a smile.
Alright, let's lead you down the way. As Milo will then take them through the basement down into the tunnels.
You'll watch as he opens up the side of this giant barrel that's like 5 feet in circumference, as it just and leads down into a tunnel that goes down below.
This is new.
Oh my god. One of my classmates, he went way ahead of everyone else on the level he's making. He even put out all the blueprints that like in the backgrounds of what's going on for everything. And he printed them out onto a part of the level, which none of us can do right now.
God damn.
Yeah. He's a really cool guy too, so I'm really proud of him, but god damn. I'm like, God, I'm not doing enough.
It's just up to the rest of us.
As you head down the stairs, Milo, you'll notice that the pathway turns to the left partially, and the pathway straight actually goes to what looks to be a metal door.
I don't think that's the way. Keep going this way, lads.
As you turn left?
Yes.
Yes. You turn left where you see... You definitely get a little bit more dust within the, like, this particular area. As you can tell that this particular part of the tunnel was hewn out definitely more recently. As the three of you enter and see the sight that is quite remarkable to you, Dain and Talos. As previously described, you have the main concourse, expansive space, got a grand central fountain of black obsidian within it, shimmering with flecks of gold and silver. You see a couple, you see a rail of tracks carved directly into the stone at one part of this station. And you two will recognize the polished adamantine that borders the rails, giving it a muted mirror-like sheen. You see the grand clock at the other end of the station, and this strange automaton that is currently looking down and seems to be discussing with an individual that is waiting down there for you. As it kind of strains up a little bit and turns its head.
Hello, Master Milo! Welcome back.
Conductor, glad to see you again. Conductor, this here is Dain Blackspire as well as Talos Shax.
Ah, yes. They have been granted the same authority as dictated by you. Welcome, Dain Blackspire. Welcome, Talos Shax, to the Midnight Terminus. Quack.
Greetings. Talos is kind of a little slightly distracted, kind of looking around, like, where am I going? What was all this?
Like I said, are you guys going to ask questions, or you just want to pass your way back to Port LaMontagne?
Talos is still distracted because, like the artistry and everything, how, like...
And of course, Milo, as you had indicated previously, Treth Frostwoods. Quack.
I'm sorry, who?
As he signals down to this individual that's next to him.
I asked for Stradaba.
Stradaba is on his way. According to this unit's vibration indicator, the tracks indicate that he should be arriving shortly. Right. But you had also told me about this individual, Treth Frostwoods, that you had found and indicated you wanted to travel with Dain Blackspire and Talos Shax. Right.
That's right.
And describe what this individual looks like.
I can provide a picture, actually.
Dain's just kind of marveling at the architecture of the place, but then also being like drawn towards the obsidian in the fountain.
As the
right.
two of you take a look at this individual that's sitting next to the automaton, just kind of on his own, you see what looks to be like a kind of combed over silverish hair with striking eyes and a small beard, dressed up in some fine armor with a light blue cloak over him. If you want to give more descriptor, Milo.
As of right now, they probably wouldn't see too much more. You can see that he has some sort of longsword at his hip, as well as a walking cane with the head of a raven on it.
Hey, that's a finely dressed gentleman right there.
Greetings, lads. My name is Trust Frostwoods. Milo Highhill here has requested that I accompany you back to Port LaMontagne.
Hey. Very well, yeah, very well met. I am Dain Blackspire.
Talos Shax. Incline my head.
Trath here will extend his hand to shake both of your guys' hands.
Dain will reciprocate.
Blackspire and Talos Shax, it is a pleasure to meet both of you.
Hey, and a pleasure to meet you as well. You've known Milo long?
I know of him, never really met him too much.
Fair enough.
No perception check needed. You all hear kind of a high-pitched squealing coming down the tunnel.
Christ, by the ancestors. What is that?
What is that?
Please stand clear of the platform. The locomotive will be arriving shortly. Quack.
That sounds like your guys' bride is here.
Milo, did you hook up the train to Antiva?
Not the same one, but another one.
As this strange thing just glides in and comes to a stop on the tracks, as it it comes in really quick and then quickly it stops just before a bumper at the end of the tracks. As you see, it doesn't go too long. It's probably no more than about, say... You definitely see what almost looks to be like 2 cars that look identical on the front of it and the back of it in this station, and then about maybe 2 to 3 cars in between it. It's got a much slicker design, like essentially like have you all seen like bullet trains?
Yeah.
Think of like a fantasy steampunk kind of bullet train, but a little bit like rougher in design, but still more more elegant than the TRAIN.
Very nice.
As one of the doors open, some steam pops out as individual kind of like makes his way out, just kind of coughing a little bit from the steam. Dain and Talos, you are seeing what looks to be like a man-sized beaver with a tail and everything else, some sailor's clothes on, just kind of stumbling out as he just kind of shakes himself. Ah, Milo.
Stranaba, aren't you a sight for sore eyes?
Ahoy, lad. Aye. Aye, that trip was quite something. Must say, for its maiden voyage. It didn't go as badly as I thought it was.
Oh, that's good to know.
Aye, and are these here be your 2 companions, am I right? Talos and Dain?
Yes, that'd be correct.
Ah, pleasure to meet you, lads. I was Stranaba. I'm a handyman of Portland Mountain, as he turns and gives you a wink, Milo.
Handyman, sailor. This guy kind of does a little bit of everything.
Me and Milo have been friends for a long time. Speaking of which, I believe we've got plenty more business here on Antiva, Mr. Baron.
Ah, so you've heard.
Aye, we travels quickly around. Heard a little bit of word when we stopped by Raven's Crest. Aye, this here puppy, she's got it all. A nice rail system that drives all the way from Antiva to Raven's Crest, even to your Anarchicule, and finally, it splits off between Starfall and Portland Mountain.
Oh, fantastic. I wasn't exactly sure where all the stops were, but I'm sure when you're here for a while, we can discuss it more.
Aye. I will say that, of course, you got me previous message, so you know that, as he kind of looks over his side. Oh, you look quite sturdy yourself, lad. Don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Do not believe so. My name is Tress Frostwood. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure as well, laddie. Well, you're taking the second maiden voyage here then, with the 2 laddies over there.
That is correct. I'd be in place of Milo for while he is away dealing with business here.
Well, wish you luck, laddie. Now, the 3 of you with your heavy armor and your fancy weaponry there, you 3 should handle it just fine.
Phil's kind of just like slowly nods, like he's still like looking at this metal beast. Like it took him a bit to get used to the regular train, but this thing is just like far more futuristic.
You're watching as the automaton is actually at the this kind of underground rail car, and he's currently like doing some like work on the actual like engines part. You 2 give me a perception check.
All right.
And Milo as well, because now he's concerned after seeing this automaton get on.
Yeah, you can give a perception check there.
26.
Dain,
Dain, what?
You're just fascinated by all the architecture. Milo and Shax, you 2 are watching as as the automaton is currently pulling out about 3 or 4 bundles of something that has some dripping red fluid off of it and tossing it to the side. Stradabal kind of, in Thieves' Cant, whispered to you, Milo.
A wee bit more dangerous than I anticipated. Seems that some underground creatures burrowed through and hopped on the train as we were passing by.
Hopefully, it
I was
wasn't
just like, God,
too
like trying to
much.
figure out what like the heck is the red stuff that's being slung.
Well, hopefully, it wasn't too much trouble for you.
He kind of gives you a wink. A scratch or two here, but nothing I can't handle. Fortunately for those laddies there, well, at least they got paid first. Now, I believe that you and I, laddie, will have ourselves some business. I'll give you a moment to say farewell to your friends, but I'm assuming that this here rail car got to be moving over right away.
That would probably be best. Dain, Talos, I'll be seeing you around.
Hi.
Hey, at least this time I'm saying my farewells in person. As Milo kind of gives you a cheeky grin.
Aye, we're not finding a corpse this time.
Oh, sorry, let me just... As Milo kind of just flings himself to the ground.
Well, before we part, we will need that scroll that you were holding. I believe you're holding on to. Neither me nor Dain have it.
Yes. From my understanding, I feel like it would be best to actually give it to him, as Milo will hand it over to Tress here. Since he will be accompanying you for a while.
Very well.
Fair enough.
Well,
Tress kind of blinks at you, like slightly confused, but gives a nod of acknowledgement.
Good luck with your dealings, and hopefully we can meet up again. We'll definitely need your skills, especially in the fights to come.
I'll be back, don't worry. Just don't know exactly when.
If it gets... Well, we always have a way to contact you, so... Oh well.
Speaking of that, did Lure manage to get your shipment in before now?
He did.
Yes, that actually reminds me. Dain, that is for you, as Milo will hand him a sending stone.
Hey, very good. I'll just add it to the collection.
Yeah, make sure to label that one. Also, from my understanding, you might have another way of contacting me, but I'm sure that will appear in due time.
Aye. We seem to be getting quite a lot of ways to contact each other these days.
It is a blessing and a curse.
Aye.
Alright, lads. Gotta get going. This has a very tight schedule from my understanding.
Talos makes his way onto this new train while waving.
Quack. All aboard! Quack.
Dain makes his way towards the train, but before that, looks behind. Is like, "You're a good man, Milo. We'll be seeing you soon. Don't break too much while you're in charge."
As Milo's sitting there saying a prayer to Istis for the train ride for them to go smoothly. Oh yeah, of course.
Talos is gonna lean over toward Dain. It's like, is it just me or is this automaton quacking?
Yes.
I do not know what you are referring to, Sir Talos sucks. Quack.
Talos kind of shakes his head and gives one final salute back toward Milo before fully boarding the train.
I'll give you a bow.
So, as you all give a bow, Milo and Stradball give you all a wave as Stradball goes, "A safe journey, lads!" And as the door begins to close, shh. Make sure you mind the invisible ones in case they show up, eh?
Sorry, the fucking what?
As the door closes, and you all hear a stroke of stream as woo, as you hear an automaton voice on the inside goes,
"Please take your seats."
Talos goes and finds a spot. This is definitely different than the one that we've read before.
Yeah, as you take a look inside this here rail car, it is a lot narrower and not near, like, it's just tall enough that you two could stand, well, you, Talos, could stand comfortably, but, like, you don't have to duck your head, but it's definitely a close fit, and, like, it's definitely a lot slimmer. Everything about this is, like, it screams out sleek. And you're noticing that, like, the chairs within them are also very kind of interestingly, like, placed, because the chairs themselves have actual cushioning on them, unlike the other train did, but there's far fewer chairs in this particular, like, rail car than what was in previously. Not only that, but they also look like they have gears on the side where kind of a hinge is.
Talos kind of takes takes a look at it. Like, part of him wants to touch it, but the other part of his brain says, "Don't touch if you don't know what it does."
Please take your seats and buckle up shortly. We will be taking off, and the first minutes of travel may be jarring.
I think we might want to listen to the metal man. Talos takes his seat.
You don't know where this voice is coming from. It just seems to be coming from some sort of grates at the top end of the of this here rail car.
Yeah.
And Milo, you and Strabo just kind of watch the outside as Strabo goes, "It's a real beauty in it. Just watch it till it takes off. It's a I got to say that lad here is a bit a starful namefoodle, is it? He's quite a technological genius."
I was gonna ask about that. I'm assuming Namfoodle made this, but I don't remember ever asking for this, to be honest.
No. That's the beauty of it, laddie. You see, not long after we had, of course, met up and you were heading over towards Antiva, I saw potential in you, laddie, and I'd already been making plans on creating a sort of underground rail to Antiva. That way I could, have some easier time smuggling things to it. For it's, halfway through when I was digging through with some of the servants I had requisitioned, I heard that you had yourself a fancy tavern, and well, as so be it, you kept popping up taverns here there, and so I thought, those might be excellent way stations for this here underground rail. You get me? As he gives you a wink.
I'm definitely glad you waited until now to say that, considering that the two people on board there are paladins.
I kind of had a feeling just by the way they looked. And of course, now that you're Mr. Baron himself, well, I got to say, this definitely opens up business prospects quite a bit.
Of course. Please, this way. I'll have you go ahead and meet everyone.
Well,
There it goes as he turns around and you watch as the thing, just a big thing of steam pops out the one of the engine things as it then takes off at like 0 to 60 in like 3 seconds.
And Talos in his seat kind of like grips the edges as he's pushed back, like what?
Yeah, inside you hear
stand by, taking off in 3, 2, shoot!
As then the two of you like get basically pushed into your seats as you're just like
jingling of Talos' armor and helmet.
But eventually, as you your body acclimates to the speed, you kind of calm down, and you're still going at the same speed, but like it is very fast as you kind of like. There's not really any windows within this here. It's kind of like there's some essentially magical light within it in a few spots, just kind of like glowing and providing just light.
Also, just gonna like slowly look over to Dain, like what?
Stralaba and Milo kind of like chuckle to themselves. Milo imagining the kind of reaction that Dain and Talos would have had as the two of them begin to talk business as they head up the stairs back up to the Baron's manor.
I'd be taking him to Comet's Landing first to meet Lure, but yes.
Ah, yes, that first. And so, inside, as Treth, Dain, and Talos, as you all are kind of sitting there just looking at each other, just kind of like, whew. One of the doors at the end open, and a small gnome kind of makes his way through. Yes, you're our passengers for this route here. Stradaba had told us that we have a few of you. It will be a few days travel to get to, of course, Port Lamontagne. In the meantime, we will have several stops along the way. First stop will be to ensure we get a bit of a refueling at Raven's Crest, and then we will have a much longer jump to get towards Anar Dracul. I will have to warn you that between Raven's Crest and Anar Dracul, we will be going through some areas of the Underdark. And while, yes, this here rail car is fast, I do have to warn you that previously we did have some stowaways jump up onto the rail car as we pass by. So, I'm assuming that by the looks of you three, that if such a thing were to happen again, you'd be able to handle it.
Talos just pats his hammer. I believe so.
Good. After our stop to Anar Dracul, it'll be a much shorter jump to get to Starfall Citadel or Port Lamontagne. I believe you were heading to the port, not the Citadel, this time?
I'll look over at Dain real quick to confer.
Hey, yes, we'll be stopping at the Citadel.
The Citadel first, then, aye?
Correct.
Well, unless we want to head to Anar Dracul. Actually, Anar Dracul first. We can pick up Dallin.
Dallin's not at Anar Dracul.
Oh, never mind then. Disregard.
Last you knew, Dallin had left Starfall Citadel to the north east to search of Fradnir, somewhere around the forest and the other side of the Lamontagne. The mountain, not the port.
Yeah. Never mind. Ignore my ramblings. Yeah, the Starfall Citadel.
Very good. Now, in case you need it, those chairs of yours have those gears at the side and a lever. You may pull up on that lever and recline the chairs as see fit for comfort, as well as reclining all the way down to turn into beds, if you so wish. After all, we are here for several days. You might need to get some rest. Refreshments can also be provided, though I will say that they will come at a charge, as we are not a charity here.
Hey, fair enough.
Now, please sit back and enjoy your trip, and if you hear... if you see the lights start to flicker and you hear a bit of a siren, know that your services may be required.
I will.
Hey, we'll keep an eye out for that.
He kind of stands to his feet, gives you all a nod, and the little gnome heads back through the door.
Well, this is certainly different, isn't it, Talos?
As you three just kind of awkwardly just sit there.
Sorry, I got pulled. Sorry, I had to put my headset down for a second. Someone popped in to ask a question. Talos going to be like they'll take out like any of his like just going through kind of his little notebook and try and without trying to spill anything of the ink that he has, tried to write down a few things. Quick little jot down some notes in his book in his journal.
As Treth just kind of sits there, just awkwardly.
So, he tells after closing his book, like, how do you know Milo?
Well, he hired me. Came to Antiva, looking into the Baron's death on the request of one of the household heads, and, well, job was done. Milo was going to be staying in Antiva for a while, so he hired me to come join you guys.
Well, I look over at Dain, like, might as well bring you up to speed on what we're dealing with.
Very well, give me one moment, as Treth here will pull out a large book as well. Please, go on.
So who wants to start? Looks over at Dain.
Well, you took the initiative on this one. I might as well continue.
Well, from what he starts off with cliff notes of how their journey began, and then gets more into detail of the threat of Maldraxxus, and
so you are going to share the Maldraxxus stuff with him.
Yeah, it's gonna have to come up because of the threat of what they've been because especially with the Paladin orders probably being set from the capital, probably being spread out farther to certain areas. Pretty sure a lot of people on Dundras are starting to notice that something's up with the troop movements and stuff. So, Talos probably won't drop the name Maldraxxus, but he'll say that there's a threat that's starting to affect larger portions of areas of Dundras that their group has been assisting the members of the capital with tracking down. Getting information. The updation of what happened over at what's now Anitra Cool. Because I'm pretty sure because that was a big shock to everyone that it's no longer a Fey forest. So.
I will tell, friend. I will tell.
Talos isn't given major he's given information, but enough information to saying that there's a threat. We've been tasked with trying to assist figuring out where and what's going on. This is what we've found out in certain areas.
And Dain will throw in some tidbits here and there.
And that's pretty much the long and the short of it, as they say.
Yes. And what about yourselves? Tell me about yourself. After all, I am here more so in the pursuit of knowledge rather than monetary gain.
Well, myself, I'm quite new to this side of the world. More of an unexpected adventure, personally. And Talos goes ahead and tells him about the land where he comes from. like he kind of avoids on how he got over here, but like it's more like he's kind of new to this side of the world and still learning himself, so he doesn't know a lot of the lands and whatnot.
After Talos finishes, Treth will kind of flip through a couple of more pages and then look over to Dain. And how about yourself, Dain? If that is correct, right?
Hey, it's Dain Blackspire. Again, kind of with Talos. Kind of new to this this side of the world. Came over with the intent of finding my my hold and family's lost heirlooms. Actually, found some of them, which is very nice. I'm just gonna like tap on the breastplate of my armor. But still in pursuit of the rest of it, which hopefully at some point we'll find soon. Apart from that, just been traveling around with our company that we've essentially founded, Comet's Company, and helping out where we can.
Very nice. Can you tell me more about this Comet's Company?
Hey, well, starting off just the four of us. You got me, you got Talos here, Milo, and then our fourth party member by the name of Dallin. He's currently off pursuing his own goals right now, but hopefully we'll be rejoining him shortly. Started out in the town of Duskwood on the other side of, well, actually on the other side of Port La Montaigne. So on the far eastern side of Dundras. Decided to group up and kind of stay grouped up after the slight incidents that happened over there. Kind of found out that we worked well as a group together.
And is that from this threat Talos mentioned?
Aye, yes. Best not to go too deep in detail with that one. There's a long story behind that one, and I don't think we have enough train ride to get through that.
Well, I mean, we're gonna be on the train for several days, so possibly.
Hey, maybe. We'll have to see. But party's been together for quite a while now. Started to procure some. Well, Milo started to procure some property around the world. I'm sure you saw the Comet's landing in Antiva.
Ah, yes. The one there, the one in Port La Montaigne, Antarctica, Raven's Crest.
Aye, there's one also on an island that's just off the coast of Dundras itself, down to the southward of Port La Montaigne. Used to be the pirate stronghold of a one Red Rogers that we helped. Helped stop him from doing anything else to the area.
Treth, give me a history check.
Very well. Probably should change my name on here as well, fuck.
With a 14, Treth, you've heard of the pirate lords, and Dread Rogers is definitely one of them. You would have also know that there's a Black Wolf, a Burning Beard, and a Bloody Jack. You know that each of them are definitely like dangerous on their own. They tend to like rule their parts of the seas with bloody iron fist. You did not know of of Dread Roger's demise, but to hear that these were the ones that took care of them, that's fairly impressive.
So wait, you guys are telling me that you were the ones to take care of Dread Rogers?
Oh, Milo did the finishing blow. Cut his head clean off.
It's a shame I wasn't able to. We weren't able to get back to Port La Montaigne. I would have liked sooner. I would have liked to kind of preserve that one.
Not me. Talos got like a shiver. If I see another shark again, it'll be too damn soon.
Talos is slightly upset now of anything to do with sharks after Dread Rogers. Don't know if you know, he was basically just a big old shark man.
So I've heard.
That's quite into your flesh while under the ocean. You'd be pretty. The Talos is another shiver as he just kind of watch it, like looks away. Still, I'm pretty sure even my scales are going to leave scars on the members of those teeth.
Yeah, wouldn't doubt it. Was not the most enjoyable fellows to interact with. But we took him out. Kind of ended up slightly settling the island with some of the former crew of one of the ships that we were sailing with that didn't exactly enjoy the life at sea anymore.
I see.
Apart from that, we've been almost all over Dundras, really. Took a got a contract from a fellow named the Treasurer. Took him all the way over to Lancaster itself. Kind of took a stop off in Anadra in what used to be the Feywild Forest. Yeah, that was a little bit of a shock when everyone kind of found out that it was no longer a forest anymore.
Yes, I was hoping for something nice, temperate, not desert.
Tim, would Treth need to roll a history check to see about the treasure?
Yeah, do a quick history check.
He has no idea who we're talking about.
Treth is not a native to Dundras, and so he's not as familiar
You should be.
Was it Dundras or... Hang on. Let me look at your background thing again.
It was Lancaster.
Oh, was he from the capital?
He was.
Ah, okay. Then he would have an advantage on this then.
Oh, okay, cool. So 26.
Yes. Sorry, it's been a minute since I perused your
Fair
background. But yes, so you would be very much familiar with the treasure, and essentially hearing that like these guys have had dealings with him, that is insane. Because like not anyone just has dealings with the treasure.
Wait, sorry, back up for a second. You're telling me the four of you deal with the treasure personally?
But yes, he contracted us to escort him back to from Port La Montaigne overland to the capital. Which is
interesting. That is.
We had that bit of stop. We had that unexpected stopover in the now lands of Drakul.
Aye. Treasure is a lovely fellow. We didn't really well. At the start, when he invited us to a little bit of a banquet. Kind of skimming over the details on that one. But yeah, we kind of got invited to a bit of a banquet, and we had some lovely chats with him. He's a rather nice fellow. Should probably go back and tell us next time we're in the capital. We should probably go see how he's doing, see if he needs any help with anything again.
Agreed.
But from another call, finally headed over to the capital with a slight pit stop in the Underdark. That was fun. So not exactly too happy that this train here is going through the Underdark. But we'll cross that bridge when it gets to it. From there, we've basically just been doing sort of odd jobs around both, Port La Montagne, our own Starfall Citadel. Went back to another cool at one point, and that was a fun time. Kind of had to slightly depose a tyrant. There's been a lot of stuff at this point.
There is.
It's kind of crazy to think of just. What is it? It's been. I don't feel like it's been like that long. Tim, would Dain recount how many months it's been since all this started?
Yes. So you remember that you essentially, when you all kind of woke up and you were starting to deal with the madness that was Duskwood. You know that it was about the beginning of, it was close to the beginning of the year. You know, it's been several months at this point. According to my things here, my notes. Let me see what
Hasn't it been like 9 months?
I believe so. Scanning. Let's see, the first day. Let's see, it is currently Alliant, which Alliant is. Here we go. Yeah, Alliant is the 9th month of the 12-month cycle of the year. So, you essentially, you started your journey a few weeks into the first month. And so, at this point, yeah, you can determine that you all have been traveling together and doing adventures for the last 9 months.
Jeez, 9 months?
A lot has happened in 9 months. It feels like it's been years at this point.
Agreed. Hopefully we can finish our business and finally can return home. Like a very longing look pops into Talos's Talos's eyes.
We'll get you back there at some point, buddy. We got to deal with one of the big issues at hand. Before we can get to that, though.
Rude. Definitely need more information first.
Aye. But we'll figure that out later. Trey, how was... tell us about yourself.
Well, myself, I actually grew up in Lancaster. Been here, lived there for several years until my wife disappeared randomly. Have you ever been outside of Lancaster?
I mean, we came from the southwest last time we were in Lancaster. Went by some of the, I guess, lava rivers of the fire giants.
Have you ever been to the southeast of Lancaster, if I remember correctly? There's a forest there.
I don't believe we've been down that way. I know the first time we came from the southeast, but it was through the mountains. Or more under the mountains.
Tim, help me out here. What direction is this thing that I'm trying to say?
Which thing?
The forest near Lancaster.
Yes. Let me.
Oh, is it the one? Is it the one that has the where Darling cut down the tree and we had the funny?
Not that one.
Not that one.
There's another very interesting forest that no one liked.
I thought that was in the same direction, so yeah, it would have been the south. It would have been southwest.
Yeah,
that
happened just before the, that was before the Whispering Rock path, right?
I thought that was a forest.
Well, there was a Whispering Rock path that essentially a bunch of weird black rocks that were had seemingly the souls of the dead connected to it.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. I thought that was a forest. My bad.
No. There was some trees and whatnot that were nearby, but this particular part of the rock path almost exclusively had rocks that lined the path, and so. But
gotcha. Yes, that is what I'm referring to then.
Yeah, it did have woods that were nearby because this was south of High Yorvaskar and west of the Underdark Mountains and north of Shadowvale, so there was actual trees and a forest there. But
gotcha, so to the southwest, never mind. Oops.
Yep, southwest.
Sorry, to the southwest of Lancaster.
Hey.
There's a rock path there. She vanished there. And yeah.
Did this rock path have any sort of oddness about it, do you know? As you see Dain's face just slowly souring.
You mean how voices would just kind of appear and tell you things about that no one else knows about? Yeah.
You see Dain's face immediately drop.
Yeah, my wife was exploring there one day and vanished. So since she was a very fond of, or devout, worshipper of the Raven Queen, I became a paladin of hers.
Right. Let me roll a religion check real quick.
Religion.
Hey. A paladin, you'd say?
You don't know anything about the Raven Queen, Talos. You've never even heard of her.
Dain also knows nothing.
Nope. Wow, 10s across the board there.
Raven Queen.
I don't know anything, and I don't know if you know anything, Talos, about the Raven Queen, but I was glad to have another paladin in the company.
Yeah, after she left, I became a paladin of the Raven Queen, and then have just been doing her bidding since. Not her bidding, but
Aye, I know what you mean.
yeah.
Serving in her name, basically.
Yes. As a follower of the Raven Queen, I believe that seeking knowledge and preserving memories is very important. Hence why I've been kind of roaming the lands trying to do that.
Aye. Well, knowledge is always, well, knowledge is always powerful, to a degree. We'll say it is always nice hearing about, the stories of the land.
Well, with your goddess's blessing, hopefully you'll be able to find your wife. And find her safe and sound.
Unfortunately, I haven't. From my understanding, she is no longer here. Hence, part of the reason why I became a follower of the Raven Queen, so I can still have some contact with her.
My deepest condolences. Talos kind of bows his head slightly.
I appreciate it.
It's never easy losing a loved one. My condolences as well.
It's alright. Still not fully out of contact with her, thanks to this, as Trest kind of just pats the book in front of him. I'm still able to keep in contact with her.
Dain's just got like a very confused look.
So did Talos. He's kind of a little confused.
If you don't mind me asking there, how were you able to still keep in contact?
Well, the spirit of my wife is under the Raven's Queen, and this book allows me to not sleep anymore, apparently. And during that time, that gives me a chance to talk to my wife's spirit.
Oh, that's interesting. You're able to, I guess, talk to her even though she's passed on through the book?
Yes, that's correct.
Aye, that's very interesting.
So you don't sleep, at all?
More so than that, I can also speak to his friends. As the voice comes from the sword.
Well,
His eyes kind of widen at that, either I'm going crazy or your sword just spoke.
Oh, Trev. Were you going to introduce me to your new friends?
Of course, dear, I was. I was just waiting for the right time. I'm not going to give you 1 second. I need to find out my wife's name again.
Almi.
What's that?
A-L-M-I, Almi.
That's right. Almi, I'd like to introduce you to Dain Blackspire, as well as Talos Shax. As, I guess, Treth will pull out the sword his long sword from his hip and kind of just set it on a table in front of him.
As he sets up the sword, the two of you gaze upon this blade. It is unlike anything you have ever seen before. The sword itself is a long sword of make. The hilt, the blade, everything about it almost has an obsidian blackness to it that is somewhat kind of almost seems to absorb all the light that comes to it. One could best describe perhaps this blade shining like a piece of the night sky filled with stars, as it almost any light that somewhat doesn't get absorbed by it almost reflects, almost like a sparkling starlight. The scabbard that he has at his side is decorated as such, with being black with the pieces of cut obsidian upon it.
Well, I've heard of blades having a personality, but never actually experienced it in person. A pleasure to meet you.
Talos is kind of just staring. Like, he's trying not to, like, it's obviously not, he's like trying not to stare, but at the same time, it's like almost impossible for him not to.
And the blade falls quiet.
So, your wife's spirit is within the blade?
Yes, that is correct.
Remarkable. I've only heard stories, like fairy tales of such things. To see it in person.
Well, these are no mere fairy tales, my friend.
Talos, at this point, the amount of stuff that we've heard as fairy tales is a reality. You could probably fill up one of those books right there. And then some.
It's quite true.
Now, Talos, I must ask. I saw you pull out your own journal. Was that a gift from your god?
No, this is just my personal journal. My journey's fleeing away from home for so long, I decided to write down like my thoughts and hopefully one day be able to share them back in with my sisters once I get back home.
I see.
My connection to my god, and I pull out my sigil, is this. It's, both a sigil of both my house as well as the god that I serve, Bahamut, the Platinum Drake, god of justice.
And no need to really stick on that one. Bahamut's well known across the plains.
And Dain, what about you? Has your god given you any gifts, for lack of a better word?
Well, the thing is, I don't really follow or dedicate myself to any of the gods. I actually follow my ancestors. And sort of from in the seat just across from the group, you see one of the like spiritual ghostly dwarves just sort of chilling out there, and then 3 more appear. They just like raise their tankard for a second.
Ah, I see.
Hey, I know no matter where I am in the world, the teachings and the eyes of my ancestors are always watching.
Well, I guess me and you have much more in common than I originally thought.
Hey, I will say it is always a sad moment to see more recent family members join the group.
What hell foes we face? The fact that they'll be facing against 3 paladins now.
Hey, that'll definitely be interesting.
Every time I hear the click clack of the keyboard, but like, what's going on? What's happening?
Well, as you all kind of chat the day away, you all get yourself a long rest. You do make a short stop at Raven's Crest. As you do arrive, much quicker than you would have thought possible. But obviously, as time goes on, you make your way through, and if any of you were to kind of open up one of the doors of this rail car and look outside, you would see every once in a while through the tunnel breaks out through the dark, deep passages of the Underdark.
Dain will have started wandering the train at some points.
Yeah, easily enough. You'll find that in the car, connected directly to your side, is one of the engine cars used to help drive the train in either direction for increased speed. The car you're in, obviously, is kind of the more nicer lounge car that could also be a sleeper car. And then the car next to you houses kind of a dining area as well as lavatories, with the last car being the other part of the train.
Okay.
And we'll say, as the three of you were hanging out one day, you were going through one section of the Underdark. You three give me a perception check.
Oh boy.
Damn.
Hooray.
All right.
Then.
9. Talos is bit nodding off.
Yep. You're having a good old time, obviously. It's a very long trip. Made over longer by the duller senses of things. Treth, at one point, you hear some taps on the side of the rail car at some point, just something like fluttering for a moment. And then silence.
Beth will kind of get up and kind of walk over towards that noise.
Yeah. As you look at the edge of the rail car, your keen eyes notice that the wall itself almost seems to be kind of dented inwards ever so slightly. Almost as if maybe something hit it from the outside.
Hmm.
When suddenly, the lights begin to flicker. As a voice kind of goes overhead on the loudspeakers.
Warning! Warning! There are intruders on board! There are intruders on board! Please, stay your seats and watch out!
Talos, he immediately jumps up from, his almost falling asleep to wide awake, hammer up, as best as he can have it, hold it up with it. Obviously not going to be able to fully lift it to its full height because of the constraints. What?
Dain was lounging in the chair, or in one of the chairs, and what was left of the bottle of Black Spy Reserve, and he almost dropped the bottle. Yeah.
My computer died.
Oh no!
Suddenly, as you three are kind of alert, getting your blades ready, the doors on either side of the car kind of get ripped open, and crawling on the walls inside, you see what almost looks like a strange creature. If you ever saw the combination of what a bat and a manta ray looks like, this is what you got, basically.
Yeah.
As these creatures crawl inside, they look at you as they... And as
Hey,
their
stop breaking the train!
their sharp tails
A bat
begin to...
and a manta ray?
Yeah, like a bat and a manta ray.
Oh jeez, what are we dealing with now?
And as these angry things crawl on the walls and they look out towards you, that is where we're ending this session. for today and this year.
Oh boy.
As you all gain 500 experience points for excellent roleplay and for a great time, I will be right back.
Sounds good.
As our 3 intrepid heroes face off against this terrifying foe. Will they be able to survive their trip back to Port LaMontagne? Find out on the next exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.